Oh, fuck.
Fuck.
Are you gonna have a stream in the Discord?
Oh yes, I am. That's where it's gonna be. The stream is happening here. I obviously can't broadcast it on Twitch, but I'm gonna have Twitch running in the background. So like for right now, they can hear our discussion. They can hear the discussion afterwards, and during it, if they wish to like watch,
Right.
they can go below and like I can like make an edited video afterwards of just the pre and post discussion.
So yes, Pink Floyd. It was made by Pink the artist and Floyd Mayweather.
and God, that would be fucking hilarious. We're gonna watch Pink
He punched
Floyd's
the fabric of the universe so hard that music came out of it.
The Wall.
He punched the dark side of the moon.
Exactly.
That's what the rainbow is.
We can't see it.
That might actually explain the
It's not
song
there.
yesterday.
Oh, is that oh Correct is here too. Hello, Correct. Welcome.
So,
Not much.
context before we start. The only reason I know about this movie existing, I knew about the album, obviously. Movie only know
Right.
because of Folding Ideas.
Oh, same.
Same.
Big same. I didn't know about.
Yeah,
I didn't know
good
about it
old
before.
Duke Walker making his fucking review.
After that, I went on a big Pink Floyd binge. I listened to
Mhm.
not all the albums, but most of their albums.
Yeah, I think Spee is like a longtime Pink Floyd fan and somebody who had watched the movie. So it wasn't like I went into this blind. Like I knew what he was talking about. And just to see how far up his own ass he's gone and like clearly he doesn't understand anything about the source material.
God,
Like didn't do any research.
I feel so embarrassed I ever watched this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean,
same.
so like there's the thing is there's some stuff that he does well. You know, it's one of those things like he has a lane.
And he
but-
should stay in it.
And he should stay in it. Okay.
He should stay in his fucking lane.
Before we start the previewing discussion, if you want to grab snacks or drinks, do so now. Also, if you want to invite anyone else, also do so now.
One moment then.
Because now we will be taking breaks every 30 minutes or so. Just as like short 5-minute bathroom breaks.
Who's gonna stream the movie?
I
Is it gonna be me?
You can if you'd like. If you do, if you want to stream it, let's do an initial sound check just on the Metro Goldwyn Mayer line on the front. Like
Yeah.
we'll all watch that to make sure we can all hear it well.
It also means that I can be nerdy and have us break every time that we have to flip over the album in vinyl.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
No, we're breaking. We're breaking every 30 minutes. I'll make the calls for that. I would.
Get your psychiatric drugs.
So a question that I do have is, do we want to be discussing the movie kind of as it goes, or do we want to kind of just sit through it, maybe talk a little bit during the breaks, but kind of just digest it and then speak about it afterwards? I'm kind of in favor of the latter, but if people would rather just kind of discuss throughout, we can. I just worry that since it's like a concept album and a concept movie, you kind of have to just see the whole thing.
I think it's a good idea to just discuss it during breaks.
Okay.
I warn you, if you start please, at least for my OCD and my love of music, do the breaks between songs. I beg of you.
I will try
That's
to.
what I'm saying. We
I
should
will
do
try to
it when
that.
you had to flip it in real life.
Look, so once we start to approach the 30-minute mark, we'll wait until there's a scene shift, or a song shift.
Because that also helps if we want to discuss at all, like a particular scene or comment. That helps with that too.
Yeah.
You know what I can do literally while we're just like doing shit? I can literally just scroll 30 minutes and then see like what song's playing at the moment.
Yep. Okay. You can do that. Yeah. Yeah. So I'd also say for the 30-minute stretches where we are watching, I'm gonna ask that people stay relatively silent.
Ooh. Let's see.
Just because that's if we want to do it this way and really like kind of like get the concept, really digest the film. I think it's a good way to do it. And when we do our breaks, we'll look at that stuff. I see Vebs is here as well.
So 30 minutes puts us literally like smack at the beginning of Mother, and Mother in this version is a lot longer.
Yeah.
So maybe like 35 minutes after Mother.
We can gauge.
Then that would lead us into empty spaces.
We can gauge as we're going. So a little pre-film discussion. First off, welcome everyone to another fabulous episode of Big Boy Broy. I'm your host Moshe Dale. Per the request of a follower of mine who is here with us, Hector.
Hello.
Say hello, Hector.
Hello, Hector.
There's Hector. Hector wanted to do a viewing of Pink Floyd's The Wall, which is a movie released several years after a concept album and subsequent artful kind of like concept tour by the prog rock band Pink Floyd. He wanted to do a viewing of it and was having some trouble getting people interested, so he was like, maybe you could do it on your Discord. So I offered it to people because I know that there's a couple of people here who are interested in that kind of stuff, and also it's like it'd be a fun little side thing to do. I originally wasn't going to stream it or have any of this be a Twitch, but I thought it'd be interesting to like record some of the conversation before, during, and after. So a few things going into it is that this movie is really heavy. It's really heavy.
It's deeply personal as well.
It is deeply personal, and to sort of get into that, the plot, and I'm just gonna say this right now because as a concept, as like a concept kind of ethereal abstract album, it doesn't lend itself super well to a narrative. There sort of is a narrative, but it's like kind of hard to wrap one's head around, which is why I think it's important to have context beforehand.
It's not very subtle.
Yeah, it revolves around the story of a musical artist named Pink, and it sort of details him thinking about all the parts of his life that led him up to sort of the moment where he is as a major rock star. And there's lots of reflections, largely based on the life of band member Roger Waters, who's sort of this is his brainchild, effectively, this whole thing. So it's sort of him processing British existence post World War II, and of course there's a lot of heavy-handed metaphors to stuff in World War II and even World War I, because those conflicts weighed really heavily on the British public, because in World War I so many British men went to die, like a generation was practically wiped out. And then in World War II, Britain suffered the Blitz, very like, yes, British, very like kind of firsthand. They got the atrocities of war in a brutal way, and there's lots of very vivid imagery that comes up in the British psyche when thinking specifically about World War I and World War II. And also, of course, this was a major era of societal change where, you have some parts of the society and the political landscape that were trying towards some sort of state socialism of some sort, and you had other parts that were, kind of like the old monarchist, kind of like snobby rich people order, and then you had like the new capitalists, and intermingling of it all, of course, you have the people who are kind of stuck in the middle, and that's sort of the perspective where this is coming from, and it analyzes a lot specifically about the British political landscape between 1945 and like 1980, and we'll get more into that during the breaks. But
right.
It is heavy-handed. Yes, a lot of the metaphors aren't subtle, but another note on that is that a lot of the stuff that is here is like the commentary on society. This was the origin point, and stuff that seems cliche now is cliche because this movie was the first to kind of do it in this way, and then everyone else kind of did similar things afterwards. So this is the kind of thing where if it's cliche, you need to understand the context of when this came out, it was not cliche.
It would be like
Lord of the Rings is cliche now,
Yeah.
to some extent.
Yeah, it would be like calling...
Yeah, it did first.
Yeah, it would be like calling Super Mario Bros. Like a generic cliche platformer. Like, it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
It's also worth noting the movie copes a lot with, and you'll see this towards the back half, the fame and the world of rock and roll in the 70s and 80s. Mainly the 70s, so that extends into the 80s
rock,
world.
specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah,
Prog rock was
but
secretly
to an
marginal as
extent,
well.
yeah, to an extent, I think the commentary is generally for the rock genre, and to an extent, the pop music industry, which includes, of course,
Mm-hmm.
basically all kinds of every kind of commercial music, including things ranging all the way from prog to all the way to punk, from the most built up to the most stripped down, and everything in between.
Oh yeah.
In fact, the movie actually stars Bob Geldof, who was a punk star. I think he was Boomtown Rats or something like that.
Oh, he was in Boomtown Rats. I love Boomtown Rats.
Yeah, he's like the main guy from that. Yeah, he's the star of the movie.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any starting things they want to say before we do the sound check and get this ball rolling?
Yeah.
I guess I suppose the one thing we'll say here is thank God for Dan Olson. Thank God for thank God for Anthony Fantano, and fuck you, Nostalgia Critic.
No, Moshe, this is obviously about the American education system of the 80s.
It's obviously Oscar bait.
Yeah, it's clearly.
It's about high school, not primary school.
This is pandering like hell.
Also, can I say one thing about that?
What?
It's so ironic that Doug Walker thinks it's so pretentious of what Pink Floyd is doing, and yet he clearly doesn't understand what he's actually trying to talk about in the film.
Yeah, and
so it's clearly
also
if you don't understand it.
In that specific parody song, he makes the same observation that Roger Waters made, but then he's just decides to flip it on his head and say, "Oh well, I guess it's not that big of a deal." In any case,
my favorite part of it is when he compares the like fake Nazi rally that we'll see later on to being people
canceled
being
on Twitter
on the internet.
Yeah, it's true. That's how it works.
It wasn't that subtle, Doug.
Hey Moshe and friends, how are you? Hope you're okay.
That's
Don't
so
be
funny.
sus. Good night. Thank you, Euro Nutella man. It's fucking Lorenzo. Lorenzo's here to ruin everything. Anyway, also yeah, if anyone wants last minute to get anyone in on this, call them now. In the meantime, I would say, friends, everyone, tune in to Hector's stream right now on Discord.
I'm gonna do sound check.
Yeah, just show us the lion.
Right, here we go. And
I can.
That seems kind of quiet.
Yeah.
I hear no lion.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I heard it, but it was very quiet.
I might not have heard. I don't know.
All right, let's try boosting volume.
Okay.
I don't hear anything.
Well, that's fucking gay, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything either.
Stream quality.
Hang on a sec. Hector,
yeah?
try muting yourself. I'm gonna try boosting your volume and see if that makes the stream feed better.
Okay.
Okay, try it again. I'm watching now.
No.
I still hear it, but it's kind of faint.
I don't hear it at all.
Okay, so you may not hear it all correct, but it's definitely playing. So I would say this, when it's playing, everyone should probably turn up their computer volume.
I don't hear anything at all. I turned up my volume.
Oh fuck.
Then why can then why can I hear it? Hang on a
Do
second.
we want to try the end? It might just be that the begin. I remember that it seemed a bit quiet at the beginning, so maybe
if you want to find a random scene in the middle. Oh, Airport says he can hear it, but barely. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go to the end.
Yep.
All right.
Because there is music here. I can definitely hear
I'm hearing
that.
something now. Yeah.
All right, that's good.
Okay.
All right. Now can people hear that shit?
Yes.
I heard it faintly, very, very faint.
Yeah, even when I turn up your volume, it's still faint.
Fucking annoying. This
Is-
is
Yeah.
just
Maybe it's
there's
easier if we do
nothing
it
we
from
can do.
Maybe it's easier if we do it from Moshe's end.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
try
know.
that.
I don't know if that would be different, but I will certainly try.
Yeah, you give it a try.
Hang on a sec here. Ass. Share screen.
Woo.
Stop watching Hector and share this. Here, go live.
All
Okay,
right.
you guys see it? Okay. We'll try this.
All right.
It is kind of quiet. Give me a second here. I'm gonna boost the volume on
Oh my god.
end.
Yeah, I see what people are talking about. It is quiet as hell.
Okay, give me a quick second here. I'm gonna do. We're gonna try volume mixer here, and I'm gonna boost up the volume of Google Chrome to see if that does the trick.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Is that better?
No,
Not really.
Not for me.
Hang on. I'm gonna try brute force. Can I download the thing from Vimeo?
No, cause you like no wait, so like I boosted up the Chrome volume.
Yeah.
Now you straight up cannot hear the line. Yeah, well, we're trying to make it louder.
I love technical difficulties.
I do too.
Where's my unit converter?
Okay, guys, tune in to me again real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna forward it to the end again.
Now I can't hear any of it.
Yeah.
Me either.
This is bizarre.
Try being like right in the middle, just randomly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Love turns gray
Spoilers.
like the skin on a dying man.
Alright. Let's
Nothing.
try
Nothing?
literally just downloading the video.
We pretend it's all
Can't hear it.
That's
I don't know
so.
why.
Downloader.
That's so fucky. You should be able to. Alternatively, I could link everyone to it and we could try to start it at roughly the same time.
Oh lord.
Just send the link to everyone.
Possible.
Maybe.
And say like start at a specific timestamp. Let's try this download thing, and if that doesn't work, then then I can just I'll
I'm
just
trying
link
to
everyone,
download it.
Yeah, try
Is
that
Vimeo
first.
free?
Vimeo is free.
Okay.
Vimeo is free. If people want the link to people also I just have the link here. It's just there.
I'll be right back. I gotta run to the restroom.
Take your time.
Yeah. I can stream from a VLC window, can't I?
You should be able to, yeah, or at least try.
Okay. Well, it's only gonna take like 1 to 2 minutes to download because it's in fucking potato quality. I would have just gotten it straight from the DVD, but my DVD drive doesn't want to fucking work despite whatever I try with it. I have the actual just physical copy.
Hey, I was pro gamer.
Alex,
Oh hey.
it is we. Hello. Welcome. We are trying to set up watching a movie, but it's not working.
No, people cannot hear.
Yeah, people are struggling to hear. Yeah, again, worst comes to worst, I will just send the link to everyone, and I'll say like for example, it's 6:19 for me right now. If we were gonna do it like right now, I'd say, okay, guys, at like once it hits minute 20 of the hour, start it. Is what I'd say. And stay, of course, in chat, muted, but leave yourself undeafened so you can hear us when we call for breaks.
Okay.
But we're gonna try doing it this way.
All right. I have it downloaded.
Okay, let's try this, lads. Oh boy, I'll have technical difficulties. We'll check it with big
All
pubs.
right. All right. I'm gonna try. I don't see. The thing is that it might get like stupidly anything.
Okay, I hear it faintly.
I hear it faintly.
All right.
But the lion's
I'm gonna
quieter
boost
than
it.
everything else.
All right. I'm boosting it to 100. Oh god, I can. Try 150.
Okay, try lion again.
Okay.
How's that?
Okay,
that's good.
now try the ending credits music.
Okay.
Okay, I got that
Okay.
clear.
That can work.
Yeah. It will get louder.
Of course.
Yeah.
First off, Did everyone hear that?
Yes.
Correct? Oh, correct
Is
is
everyone good?
correct is gone.
No, he's
Oh,
no,
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 he's still here.
no, but he said he had to go quickly to get something.
Oh, right.
He'll be
Right.
back.
Okay, well, that's
you
good.
didn't.
Okay, so we can stream it.
Oh,
Awesome.
Alex, it's on Hector's stream.
Yeah, it's on.
Oh, yeah.
It's on Hecky's stream. Hecky. And now, we run music stops. Hector's stream lion is quiet, bumping the audio is helpful. Okay, good. The thing is, the lion is a little bit quiet, but then if you hear the like the credits at the end are louder
Yeah.
than the lion. So
I might have to do, because the thing is that because it never got like an HD release or anything, it's still just like mixed for theater.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
we could have
that's a good point.
we could have some bad like sudden loud jumps to where it's just like ear rape if I boost it too high. Which
I'm
is what
sure.
a little bit afraid
I'm
about.
sure, but no, you're a sound master. You can make adjustments if you need. We trust you.
Yeah, I can.
I'm used to listening to Pink Floyd and my ears getting blasted out.
Pink Floyd, more like Pink Floyd.
Yeah. Like pink loud. Funny.
Okay, so let's wait till Correct
glad
get,
everything's
let's wait till Correct
recorded.
gets back. Bring it back to the beginning, Hecky.
Yeah. Oh wait, can Alex hear it though? Man.
Alexa.
Hang on, I'm gonna play the end for you.
Alex, let us know if you can hear it.
Should just be hearing like some horns right
Some
now.
trumpets.
Fingers crossed.
Can you hear? Can you hear it, Alex?
Oh, can't hear.
Nope, can't hear. I'll
Oh,
just watch the
okay.
screen. Okay. Well,
That's strange.
well, I mean, I
Oh
assume
my
he's also
God.
he's watching on his phone. Probably is the thing. So
Is he?
yes. So
Rip.
yeah, which sucks because this is also an auditory thing. But in any case,
Oh.
yeah, just
Yeah, that does kind of suck.
bring it back.
This whole
Yeah, well, he doesn't.
thing is very auditory.
Yeah, but that's kind of all he has for right now. So we'll just we'll just suffer through this.
We can try and fix it during a break.
Yeah, I can. Also,
And there's
also,
pretty pictures.
yeah.
Yeah.
Can we also? Yeah. So let's wait around till Correct comes back. Hopefully he comes back soon. Does anyone else have any comments they want to make either about Pink Floyd, the movie, Dan Olson's video and theories around it, or you know, what's it
Have we
called?
like
or Nostalgia Critic? Any
mm,
relevant?
well,
stuff?
I could talk more about like how the wall like came around in terms of like an album and stuff.
Tell us how.
What kind of that?
Tell us all
Alright.
about it.
Okay, so after like Dark Side and stuff, Pink Floyd just completely like exploded into a phenomenon, right? So they were going on tons of tours and shit. They were touring around, and basically what was happening is that people really weren't going there for like the music, or at least that's how the band felt. They were just kind of just going there to like fuck and stuff and get high, you know? So
As you did.
this was like getting on the band's nerves, specifically like Roger Waters, who was the bassist.
And also the most
And
pretentious
when-
member in the band. For the record, he was absolutely full of himself, but he was also a genius artist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this culminated during the In the Flesh tour, which was After Animals, I think, which is another Pink Floyd album. Basically, he was getting absolutely pissed with these like people in the front. He started just like yelling at them to like shut up and stuff, and it culminated in him basically spitting on one of them.
Oh, great.
And then yeah, so
This
the
isn't cool
whole
in
thing-
general, but
No, it's not cool, but that was basically the start of him like.
Also, to answer your question, Airport, was Nostalgia Critic ever good? I found a lot of what he did genuinely funny, but, like, not much.
Early on, he was okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Anyways,
so Correct is here. Correct, tune in. We got it working for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Listen in. And also, guys, again, feel free to just, like, bump up your own volume too as need be. Okay, so yeah, just play the end credits for him.
Yeah. Oh, who? Oh,
for
right.
correct.
Right. Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah, we're good. Clear.
Okay.
Very
Okay,
clear.
we're
I was
awesome.
just gonna finish off and say that basically, he felt by the end of that gig, he felt like there was basically a wall between him and the audience and
Mhm.
stuff. So that is what inspired him to basically come up with the concept for the wall, in which he basically, ruminated on, his own life and stuff. In fact, one of the songs in the movie, which is not on the actual album because it was cut because it was too personal, because it really is just like
Are you
a
talking about like
one-to-one
why
account
like
of
the
how his
Tiger Hunt song or something?
yes,
Yeah, that.
yes, it's basically a one-to-one account of how his father was killed.
Mhm.
So it
Mm.
didn't really work for the album, but it works for this movie because it's a lot more personal.
And there's also like a lot more like about flashbacks in history, and since it's commentary on British society and British history, and specifically also
Mm-hmm.
a kind of post-mortem
Mm-hmm.
reflection on World War One and World War Two. As part of that,
Mostly World War II, I'd say.
mostly yeah, but there's a couple scenes that are very trenchy and are meant to
Oh, that's true.
like especially because the British were absolutely like traumatized by the Somme, given how many
Oh,
men
true.
died there and the
Right.
pictures and so the imagery of the Somme, even though like for World War One, the western front of the trenches has a lot more poignant, like
Mm-hmm.
like image based,
I
memory
always
based
wondered
power
about
for the
that.
British.
I always wondered about that because I was like,
It was the
why are there
bloodiest. It was
trenches?
the bloodiest battle in the war.
Yes,
It was the
I
bloodiest battle of
remember
World War
this.
One. The first fucking
Mhm.
day was just
It's
insane, and then it went on
Mhm.
for the rest of summer and into fall, and they gained like a couple miles of territory. In the long run, it still mattered in the sense that it gave them enough of an edge, and the Germans couldn't come back from it while the British could, but it was still like barely worth it.
it's
Mhm.
also it's kind of like, I guess, as far as the trauma goes, how Americans view Omaha Beach as that kind of shock, and it's like how we picture these European wars. It's just
Mhm.
Yeah,
kind of as much
Yeah.
as we can, because America just doesn't have the collective scars.
yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't.
But
True.
but in any case, so now that we're here, here's what I'm gonna do. You guys are still gonna be able to hear me. Anyone watching the stream or watching this video afterwards isn't, because I am turning off the desktop audio for the stream, which will mean that because obviously I don't want to record the actual the whole thing while we're playing it, because that'll get me in trouble. Exercising restraint not to post the British image every time it's said. All right, let's go. The song. Oh, let's go watch. Let's go watch a cheeky little bit of national suicide on the telly. Yeah. Oh God. Okay. So here's the next. So the next. Okay. So start it from the top. Keep it. Hold it there for a sec. I am. Okay. So let us. Everyone mute yourselves now. We're going into this. I'm gonna mute myself. Don't deafen yourselves, because if either Hector or I need to say something for either a break or like something relevant to running this thing, we want you to be able to hear us. But for the time being, stay muted. I am now going to mute myself on stream, and I am back on,
Back
and
in his day.
you guys are
I think really.
you guys are also on. Okay, we're all on now. Okay, so some thoughts while we're here. As a note to anyone who might be watching this afterwards in some kind of compiled video, we hit a major lag spike in the feed, literally just as another Brick in the Wall Part 2 was starting. So we're letting it load, and we're
The
going back
one
to
that
the beginning of
everybody
that.
knows.
Yeah, the one that everyone knows.
It's the one I knew.
The only one that anybody ever plays or makes
Yep.
dumb commentary about.
So
It's this or
yeah,
and
if people want
as
to
a-
like take breaks and go to the bathroom, do so. Otherwise, we can like talk about this now.
That's actually the thing about this is the most popular song, but I feel like most people
Mhm.
don't actually understand the context of it. Like
No.
Dog Walker, I think people do just kind of think of it as just the education is dumb and bad, man. When really it's about the indoctrination of young children after World
Mhm.
War II.
Yeah, it's the whole
Mhm.
it's the whole
Exactly.
idea of what was the freedom we were fighting for? Can we do anything? And it's sort of that,
Mhm.
you see the juxtaposition of these guys dying in World War II early on, and then you see Pink imagining himself as a fascist while his fans get beaten up by the cops, and now then he's wayward as a kid because he doesn't have a dad. He latches onto that other kid's dad, and then now it's all about the fucking teachers. And it's the whole idea of you're just another brick in the wall, and
Mhm.
that's
Which, of course, the little trivia is that the poems are, of course, the lyrics to Money.
oh yeah, no,
Oh, really?
I know, no, I noticed
Yeah,
that. I was listening. I'm
listening
like,
to
wait,
it,
no,
yeah.
this has to be Money. This is Money from Dark Side
Yeah,
of the
it's
Moon.
Money.
Which is also why he was kind of laughing at it, because like the song is kind of like a dismissive and very curt, so it's the kind of thing that a teacher would look at that and be like, "Oh, this isn't proper iambic pentameter."
Mhm. Yeah, exactly.
This was written by William Wallace.
This wasn't written by Chaucer.
To be or not to be? That is the question. That's written by William. That's Shakespeare written by William Wallace. Someone's ruffling some paper.
No, trying to open a container.
Trying to. Okay, I'm gonna.
Also, one little detail I liked is in the playground how kids were playing with the gun and like the young plane was playing
Yeah.
with a plane. It's about how like even like in their youth, the war affected like all parts of Britain,
Yeah.
even the youth.
Yeah. Also, a couple notes to make, because this is really where my own area of expertise comes in. A couple notes. So, the battle where his father died, it's mentioned that it was at Anzio, and Anzio was the invasion of mainland Italy. So, like in 1942, the Allies had taken North Africa. In 1943, they hopped over and took Sicily. And then in 1944, they made a beachhead. It was called Operation Anzio, which is where the name comes from. I don't remember the exact location. But the thing about it was, they had a very hard time getting past the beachhead. There were several operations to get past, and there were several times the Germans counterattacked really heavily. I don't know the specifics about the specific engagement in which uh, Roger Waters' father died. But I do find it interesting that a lot of, even though, like, obviously it's like, it's World War II, a lot of the imagery is very evocative of World War One. It's like the great mass of soldiers charging forward or running away is like,
Right.
but by World War II, you generally wouldn't see them that tightly packed. It would be a little bit more sparse, a little bit more hopping between
Those,
points
like,
of, a lot of, hopping
gas
between
mask
points of
creatures.
cover.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, the gas mask creatures I thought were more emblematic in that scene of like the British public hiding from the bombs during the Blitz, which
That's true.
we could go
Yeah.
into all the delicious symbolism of that scene, and
Can we just acknowledge how metal Good Wild Blue guy's imagery is?
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
That scene is holy shit.
yeah, and it is worth noting like how much it is. This is the kind of thing that like to a British person watching this in 1982 when it came out, or 1980 whenever it came out, that would be especially poignant because that was their trauma. It's very clearly the eagle is clearly the Nazi eagle, but also reminiscent of fighter planes, but also reminiscent of like modern nuclear bombers, and
It's like the Blitz.
Yeah, and and it's flying over what is very clearly a facsimile or a shadow of London.
And its claws are digging in, leaving scars into the landscape.
And it is worth noting the Blitz often kind of gets like pushed over in favor of like other atrocities of the war in terms of nastiness, but it is worth noting that the Blitz was pretty nasty, and in addition to it, there were other parts of Britain that got kind of atrociously bombed. Most famously, the city of Coventry, which was sort of the British Dresden in the sense that it had almost no strategic value, and this beautiful ancient medieval city just got leveled and a shit ton of people died, and it was it was just a terror bombing campaign. And so, like, you know, diving down and just randomly ripping out a city out of the ground and blood spewing everywhere is like, as much as it is the Blitz, it's also reminiscent of cities like Coventry and other parts of Britain that also got bombed.
It's also worth noting that the Blitz I think would be the last time there'd been prolonged warfare on British soil, like actual real military operations, long term, beyond like a terror bombing or two during World War One by a Zeppelin, were the Jacobite rebellions.
Yeah, like
way early
back
1700s. 300 years of that island being untouchable.
Yeah, it was.
And the Germans are ripping chunks out of it.
Yeah,
that's part of it.
And I did notice watching through now the thing I mentioned earlier, that the Eagle is obviously a Nazi Eagle and obviously reminiscent of a fighter plane or a bomber plane, but it's also the shape of it is eerily, and the smoke trailing off of it is eerily reminiscent of like jet bombers during the Cold War. Like, it reminds me even of the British Vulcan bomber, which is like, I wonder how much that's intentional to draw the parallels between, like, you know, the terror of aerial warfare then versus the fear of aerial warfare that they had at the time, at the height of the Cold War. It
wouldn't be too far off. All of the animations in this movie and all the drawings are done by Gerald Scarfe.
Yeah.
An extremely popular British political cartoonist.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they definitely have that kind of feel
to this day. So
yeah. But yeah, I wonder how much that specifically was intentional, because like there's a point where it's like, oh, this feels like the enemy, but then there's parts where it's flying over and it's like, oh, that's what we're getting. Yeah, that's what we're getting ready to do again, because it's in the
with the flying dove. It's like it's supposed to resemble like the Noah's Ark. It's like this is representative of peacetime, but then it transforms into like the Death Eagle.
It wasn't transformed; it's ripped apart.
It's still become
oh yeah, the imagery, the effect is the same.
Going over Airport's comments, forgot that spanking children in school was socially acceptable at some point in history. It only stopped being socially acceptable around like the 70s. I remember reading a book that mentioned getting spanked in school. Can't remember which book.
And spanking persisted in private and then into the 90s.
Yeah, most of the imagery.
Was still around.
Most of the imagery is going over your head.
My dad was welcome.
Yeah.
My dad went to he would have been around the 70s. And he got fucking beaten the fuck out of by a big shoe.
Yeah.
Because he likes like Super Ball on the chalkboard, and he got beaten the because you either gotten beaten at school or they told your parent and shit, and you just be beaten.
You're kind of cutting out a bit there at bits.
Hector,
coming in and out.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just
it cut out.
Oh.
Yeah,
I think it could just be the internet on his end. But yeah, as a note, Airport. This is why we're like discussing kind of stuff, because like a lot of the imagery, if you're not British or not aware of like British history specifically in like between World War I and 1980, like a lot of stuff is just gonna go over someone's head.
We can't rule out that the airport isn't British.
It's true. Airport could be lying. Airport could be British. Anyway, is everyone ready to try this again?
Sure.
I'm gonna go get myself a root beer.
You do that.
Give it a little bit more time.
Yes, you do that.
I'm also gonna go and talk to my dad and see if there's something wrong with the internet.
Yeah, well, you're coming through loud and clear right now, so it could just be a
Yeah.
time pickup.
Yeah, but I don't know how long it's gonna last. Our internet has been a bit like
That's fair.
shoddy. I
That's
don't know.
fair.
We at one point last week we just completely lost our upload.
F.
Totally.
Mhm.
Don't know what that was about. All right, I'll be back in a
ISPs
sec.
get the wall.
Exactly.
Anyway,
We have
take care.
fucking Spectrum.
Anyway, do your thing.
Alright.
Get your boot rear.
If you
Alright,
can't
get my-
use your
I'm gonna get my
Spectrum, you
Ruby.
can't do your streams. How can you do your streams if you don't have the Spectrum?
It's true.
I grew up with this. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. This is the. So I do think that in many ways this movie gets across how, Another Brick in the Wall Part 2 is supposed to feel a lot better than in the album, because the imagery kind of brings about how this juxtaposition of the evil we were fighting and this is what's come out of it. This is what we survived into. And
Yeah, out of
it's-
context, the brick in the wall sounds more like a fuck you, like sticking it to the man. But like in the
Yeah.
context of the movie, it's more very depressing.
Yeah, I mean, and also
It's a lament.
to be fair, even if it was just sticking it to the man, sticking it to abusive teachers is a good enough message anyway. And it could be, one could positively interpret it as school sucks, but in the sense of a specific school culture that was really abusive sucked. But it's not even just that. It is, as you said, it's part of this greater context. It is another brick in the wall. And I do also want to say the interesting juxtaposition of like the tunnel scene as a metaphor, kind of, for like, you know, they hearken to it a little bit earlier, where there's a tunnel scene during the Blitz animation, and then there's like a juxtaposed scene in the tunnel there, and which, you know, is obviously reminiscent of Londoners hiding in the tube during the Blitz. But then also, of course, since it's a train tunnel, they also kind of like manage to mix the metaphors enough that like, oh, here's this other atrocity that was worse than the Blitz, but that is like part of the same thing and part of the same like conflict that the world was sort of dealing with.
But Moshe, are you comparing the school system to the Holocaust? Yes, Doug.
Yes,
we
Doug.
are.
Yes, we are.
Point.
Yes, Doug. Oy.
Oh god damn it! Did I miss roasting Doug?
No, well,
No.
not totally. I was just commenting. I was commenting briefly on how like the tunnel scene mixed with a metaphor from earlier to combine both Londoners hiding in the tube during the Blitz as well as the Holocaust trains, and it did it pretty well, pretty seamlessly in the way it kind of blended. How bad was Salvador's video in this movie? Once this is over, we will post a link to... I'll post a link to both Doug Walker's video, as well as both Anthony Fantano's take on it, and...
Well, he's more about the music.
Well, I know,
But
but but that is worth mentioning, because the music is a huge part of it. And also Dan Olson's video on why it's bad.
To put it in context, the finale of Doug Walker's video has furry artists for no reason. For no reason.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not so much that.
And then they call the
It's that
fucking-
he
they
just...
call the fucking creatures
he just
like
had the-
underdeveloped.
he
or
just
some shit.
he just had the artist. So later
know.
on, so in order to parody the animated stuff here, they
You know what? Airport. That's the perfect reaction.
they hire they hired this pretty good animator and their team, but they didn't really tell them anything. They just like said, "Oh, you're going to be doing a parody of The Trial in Pink Floyd's The Wall," and they're like, "Okay, that's all the information they were given," and they did
They
it.
did some other animation. They did the fucking stupid phone march as well.
Yeah, but
I can't really blame them. That's probably Doug.
So they like, I mean, but like the main critical part of the animation thing, it is cringe and bad and silly, but it's partially their fault, but it's also partially Doug's fault for not properly communicating and also just having a shit idea anyway.
I've heard
But-
that it's mostly Fennis takes, but Fennis takes are bad. It's so basically, I find it fucking funny that they say shit like, "Oh, the monsters at the end are underdeveloped," which is wrong on like two fronts. First of all,
they're
the
very-
representations of shit that has been going on through the entire movie And secondly, who the fuck are all these furry characters? Talk about underdeveloped. Who the
Yeah.
fuck are any of these
We
people?
need, yeah, we should, we will talk about that more once we get to the end,
yeah.
probably. But in any case, are we ready? Do we want to try this again?
You could also link Jar's reaction to it, like
Okay.
the Aichi and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great one. All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Anyway,
Wait.
okay, so first things first, we're going to go through the motions here, so I'm turning off the desktop audio. Next, okay, I'm going to, everyone mute yourselves, and now I'm going to turn off my mic on the stream. One moment here. The microphone is back on. Let me make sure I have the right volume settings. There we go. And now you guys are also back on.
Yes. Cool.
Okay. So the stream can hear us all now. Awesome. Yeah, everyone take breaks. Get what you need to get food-wise. I'm gonna make myself a little platter of fruit and shit, and I also gotta go to the bathroom. But, yeah, try to be back relatively ASAP if you can. Like, I guess aim to be back in 5 minutes, because we've got some good stuff to discuss, and, you know, we want to plug ourselves through this, because I assume our final discussion is going to be a little bit longer. But in any case, yeah, I'm going to run to the bathroom and go downstairs now. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
I'm back with a snack.
Ugh.
Okay. Oy. All right, lads. Okay, who's here?
I'm here.
Suki here.
Mm.
So, people who are here.
Mm.
I don't know. What do people? So I'd say like initial or like you know, some reaction over what we've just seen the last 30 minutes, and then
I think
yeah,
I think the whole mother sequence, and I guess everything after that was maybe a tad key sexist, a little bit of misogynistic.
Mm-hmm. That's something that I would talk about. Yeah, because
Yeah.
it is like a very emotional thing, and I
Yeah.
feel like
it is like it's the one thing I will appreciate is that it's possible to see it from this is telling the story of like how messed up his relationship with women is. So
Mhm.
like you can it's possible to view it from the perspective of it's not trying to promote sexism, it's just trying to like describe it. but at the
I don't
same
think
Yeah.
I don't think it portrays him as what he's doing is good at all.
yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
but the thing is,
True.
he also does it like it comes across vague enough that I like
Mm-hmm.
someone watching this might wonder why are the women kind of being cast in this like kind of evil way.
Mm-hmm.
But which is honestly like a fair interpretation. It's just that
Mm-hmm.
the answer is
That-
that it's there because it's about the troubled relationship with women that the character has, and to an extent that Roger Waters has. And I actually like the way the sequence kind of went from the sort of World War II children's section into his relationship with his mother, and then with the teachers, and then with the rest of the women in his life. And in the background, of course, we have I guess sort of there's two stories being told: the story of Pink and the story of British society as a whole at the time.
Yeah.
And we see
Mhm.
that the kids who were brought up in fear of the terror of World War II, and then subsequently in fear of the society that quote unquote
Yeah.
won, they are losing their shit. And when there's when there's decay like that, especially in the modern age, the old adage goes, socialism or barbarism. And like, or I guess in more accurate terms, it's socialism or fascism. And there's kind of like inklings of like economic critique in a way that feels socialist, but it's kind of there's subtle hints around here that the main focus is like the idea that this is the kind of stuff that breeds fascism. You see people fighting the cops, but you also see people like
Yeah.
like honestly,
There's
sorry, you go.
Sorry, I was saying that I think Roger Waters has said that he's grappled with the ideas of socialism, especially when when he was writing stuff like Money, and he
I mean, how
said,
can you not?
yeah, I mean, yeah, but like the way that he described, he said he was a capitalist, but it didn't sound good. He almost described like his relationship with capitalism as like an addictive drug or something.
Well, it sort of is.
Which I think is
That's how it works.
an interesting way to view it.
Do you know what I'd say he is?
What?
He's an honest liberal.
True.
The other, the interesting imagery I saw was that, so when the kids start breaking through the school, like, you're happy, because, like, yes, rise up. And then you see them burning stuff down, and
that is
and the thing is, like, you're with them, but it starts to lead you into this idea of, is this not evocative of the Nazi book burnings? And then they're clearly leading the principal or the headmaster to the fire. They don't show him being thrown in, but it's sort of like leading up to this question of, yes, this is we want people to rise up, but how are they going to rise up?
Yeah.
And that kind of seems to be the thing through. And I do think they actually did an effective job of tying in the trauma and the dissatisfaction felt by the youth in Britain at the end of the Second World War and in the immediate post-war period, and how that led to the chaos in Britain afterward, the violence, the crimes, the Clockwork Orange shit, the rock and roll era in general. Why that's there, and it kind of like it makes you feel for them, and it's like, yes, something needs to rise up and change, but there's fears about just because the people rise up doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna rise up for good stuff. This could be the birth of something. This could be the birth of something darker. This is how fascism happens.
It's very much the whole album is very like this idea of like the cyclical nature of life and stuff. Like you build up walls, then you break them down, and then you build you build them back up again. And the idea of like Pink's father, he goes and he lays his life down to like end fascism, only for his son to like become the fascism that he tried to put out.
Yeah, or at the very least, insofar as I've heard before, the fascist scenes here are more like so some of the scenes are quote unquote happening in the reality of the film.
Yeah,
like the ones with the cops. But the more overt ones, like the fascist rally that we saw earlier, and as I think some people might know, there's more scenes about that group later. I'm pretty sure that's all happening in his head, but I think it's kind of, him reflecting on society and him making the reflection, yeah, this could all just lead to fascism.
I think it's... Go ahead.
No, I was done my piece. You go.
I think it's also just because when I saw like the clip we just saw, it's intensely personal. Like, partly I had to step away just from what I just saw. Holy shit!
There were a few moments where I was like leaning back in my seat, clutching my chest. Like I won't lie.
Yeah. I think honestly that Waters with this work, he was commenting on the society, but that's not why he's here. He's not looking at society. He's looking into his own skull.
Oh, yeah.
And frankly, what he's finding is horrifying to him. And yeah, it is probably linking into fascism and certainly the wall, obviously. Yeah. That's his commenting on. And it's probably...
it's the two stories being told at the same time. He is telling the story of an individual, but he's also laying the groundwork for understanding what that individual is and why they are the way they are in the context of the society around them. So,
I think he's also... Go ahead.
No, that's, again, me trailing off when I'm done with what I want to say. You go.
I think he's also, unintentionally, I don't think he would use these words, but he's kind of commenting a bit on toxic masculinity. Kind of how... Well, consider the British culture, Britain, especially in this, when he was growing up, during, British Stoicism was a big deal. That really doesn't get weakened until into when he's a young man in the 70s and 80s. And while some may be more adjusted to that, the fact that, plus him just not having a father, so not having a male figure around to help him have an example, if nothing else, to process the world he's in and how he needs to act, he shuts down. He blocks everyone out. He builds up that wall around him. And especially the part with the women in this last clip. On the one hand, you can tell logically he knows, I drove my wife away. I drove her away. That's on me. I acted terrible. I was distant. That's why she left. But emotionally, whole different ballgame.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that is kind of toxic masculinity, not the word he'd use, but kind of that's going on there too. It's a consequence, and fascism can be seen in that light as well, as a result of that strength.
Fascism has one of the key aspects of it, and furthermore, one of the key aspects that later fascist movements held on to, because a lot of later fascist movements rejected the stuff written by the original French and Italian fascists of the turn of the century. They rejected things like hatred of all Abrahamic religions. They rejected national syndicalism as an economic form. One of the things they held on to was the cult of masculinity, and therefore also the cult of death.
And I think I think Waters picked up on that during his introspections and looking around. He made that connection.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. We were talking about it earlier when you were gone, about how there's an extent to which it's like he's portraying why he has such a bad relationship with women. And, if you have the right context, you can see that he's not necessarily saying that he's right in doing so, but narratively from the film, it is almost indistinguishable from, yes, this was right of me, to, no, this was wrong of me. It's sort of, because it itself is just neutral, so it could lead itself to either interpretation.
I disagree. I think it's very clear that he knows he's in the wrong. It's just emotionally, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He feels the pain of the divorce, let's assume. I don't know if he got a divorce in real life, but I assume he did. He feels that pain, and he feels like she hurt him. Even though he knows, when he thinks about it, it's like, no, that was more on me than her. At least in this. And it's that conflict between the two. I think it's quite clear.
I'd argue that maybe a little bit that the women characters are a bit dehumanized. I mean, one is literally turned into a vaginal monster. Though, arguably, that could be about, his fear of intimacy, whatever. I think my problem is, yes, those things could all be true, but also, it's never about, a woman's perspective.
Yeah,
Like
it's all coming from how he feels about the women.
It comes from a misogynistic outlook, and like, I don't think he's a misogynist in real life. I think it comes. In this whole movie is about him sort of like exaggerating or being honest about the structures of society. So if he's doing that the same thing with his women characters, it's kind of muddled.
Yeah, but
I also think that it's like, you know, it is very specifically looking into one person's psyche. You know, so
the women aspect, so the scene from Mother to the women is like it gives societal context for why he might feel this way, but that much is that's the individual, that's on him.
So in a way, it would almost be kind of like against what we're trying to like, you know, what he's trying to do with this piece to like show it from a woman's perspective.
Yeah,
not to say that there aren't like clearly. You know, it is kind of like weird.
Yeah,
there are ways.
There are critiques to be made, but at the same time, we can understand what it's trying to do to an extent.
Yeah, right.
I feel like if Roger Waters was a woman, then we'd see something like similar from the other side. You know,
or maybe completely different.
Yeah, that's true.
Fascinating to see.
What were you?
The wall boat from a woman's perspective. That'd be fascinating.
What were you gonna say? Correct. I heard you got cut off by a few of us, myself included. What were you gonna say?
What I was gonna say was like you can do this because we're in Waters' head or Pink's head, but really, let's be honest.
Yes, it's
we all know.
Yeah.
It's Waters' head. That's the point of the wall. This is introspection. That's why he did it. But you can still do that. Like, for example, and this is a weird comparison to make, a Christmas Story? I think it's a Christmas Story? The one with the young kid?
Yeah. The Red Riding
In that one, it's still very much in one person's head.
Yeah.
But we see that all the other characters, even ones who are ones that might be disliked or you'd expect a 9-year-old to hate, are shown with that more character, like the teacher character, shown with quite a bit of depth.
It shows both the reality, but we also see the perception. It manages to be able to show both, which I think that is an effective thing of that.
Yeah, which you can do, but I think for the wall, the fact that it's so intimately focused is what gives it its power. It's why you, Moshe, were stepping back. Why I buried my face in my hands when we paused and went, "Holy shit!"
Yeah.
It's the fact that you're so deep in this guy's head, and it's such a dark place.
Also,
oh my god.
I want to say one quick thing on a couple Easter eggs I noticed, and then I think we want to have Hector talk about the trivia he was going to say about the shaving scene.
Yeah.
So my two bits of Easter eggs I noticed. The first one, when he's initially calling his wife while she's sleeping with the peace activist, you can hear the American audio operator in the background, and that comes from the end of the Dirty Woman song on the album.
Yeah.
And it's I find it interesting how they put it right before Dirty Woman comes on instead, but they did keep it in there, and I think that was a very clever use of that. I like that. The other thing I noticed, this might just be a little completely unrelated, but this is me, noticing the things that I notice, is that when they're walking through the airport with his agent, you can see a plane on the tarmac, and that plane is the Concorde, which of course is, a testament to British engineering at the time, the only really successful supersonic passenger jet plane ever built, and notably, because of its wing shape, is very similar in design to the Vulcan nuclear bomber, but also to that depiction of the eagle in the Blitz, and that could be complete coincidence in that aspect. In that aspect, that last bit might just be me drawing too many strings together, but I don't think it's a coincidence that they had. Everything in this film was deliberate. There's a reason why it's the Concorde in the background, because again, you have this symbol of British post-war prestige and British engineering, and of course, it was a very upper-class thing. It was super expensive. It was like a first-class only service.
Here's the thing,
though. Did you notice his agent is Mario from the Mario Bros. Movie?
Bob Hoskins?
Oh, wait,
actually?
Bob Hoskins. Fuck! Oh shit! Oh shit!
But here's the thing, though. is that by 82, one thing has become very clear about the Concorde. First off, it was British and French engineering.
Oh,
the French helped.
That's true.
But the British, but I doubt the British would ignore that because French. The second thing is by 82, one thing is very clear.
It's not profitable.
Concorde's a failure. Supersonic flight is a failure.
Yeah.
So it could be intention. It could be kind of a. By then, it's very much a toy for the rich kind of thing, and it might be a comment on the circles he's in. Because one thing I took away from that scene is, he has everything. He'd be with anyone he wants. He wants a woman.
That might be the reason why the Concorde's in the background, because they're trying to show how successful he is, that he can afford to fly it.
And yet, where it's his mental state, despite it.
Yeah, and actually, when you bring that up, I think that also kind of is, the juxtaposition of the Concorde also, I guess, as a symbol of sort of the British psyche. It's cool, it's awesome, it does incredible things. It's a technical marvel, but ultimately it can't do what it's supposed to do. And then it's just a facade.
Right.
Hector.
You
talk to us about the shaving scene.
Yeah, well, first I wanted to say,
off, yes.
I think it's a little bit funny. I'm sorry, I know that we bring up Doug's review of it, but especially that's that one point where he parodies when the groupie comes into his room, right? Yeah. And he's just sitting there watching TV, and then he just says something like, "I'm a successful musician. How can you expect me to be happy?"
It's like, no, that's the point. The point is that it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
it's absurd. Yeah, and in the philosophical sense, it's absurd.
Yeah.
Waters is he's using it to mock, even though Waters is asking that question in the film.
This is waiting for Godot. This is waiting for Godot. This is Camus' interpretation of the myth of Sisyphus. This is absurdism.
Yeah. Literally, what Doug is using to mock the film is the question he's asking.
Well,
it's the same thing.
And it's the same thing with Another Brick in the Wall about school. It's the same thing with the school thing and the connection to World War II. Doesn't it seem absurd or silly? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's the whole point. Also, God, they love their blood in this. They use blood very tactically in this movie. It's not everywhere all the time like it is in a Tarantino film, but there's enough of it, and it's used at the right moments that it just gets that reaction nicely.
Yeah.
It's very well done.
Yeah, it's very well done. The cinematography is... from a visual point, this movie is...
It's a marvel.
Holy shit.
It's good. Hector, shaving.
All right. So, originally, when Pink Floyd first came onto the scene, they had a completely different frontman who was Syd Barrett.
Oh, right. And then he went crazy, and then...
He went fucking crazy.
And that's where Wish You Were Here is from.
Yes. But honestly, the band never really recovered because Syd was their main guy and main creative inspiration until he basically just became so mentally deteriorated that they had to kick him out. But you can see and hear his influence on the band throughout all of their career, to be honest. You can find references to him on pretty much all of the popular albums of the 70s that they did. But this one in particular, the story is that one time they were just I forget where they were, but basically Syd just kind of left for half an hour or to an hour or something to the bathroom. And then he just came back, and then he had completely just shaven everything off of his body, every single hair. And that's what inspired that scene. Because,
honestly, thinking about it in that sense, with the way Syd relates to the band and the way the band felt about everything, and especially probably the way Roger Waters felt, that actually adds a whole other lens of first his father's gone, and now this other kind of creative sort of I don't think Syd was a father figure, but a major male figure in his life is also just fucking going. He ends up losing him too.
Exactly. It's also this image that'll stick in your head, and it inspires him here. Also, guys, comment in this frame, the brilliance of the blood used to simulate eyebrows to trick your brain, because the face of the eyebrows is weird looking, but the blood is close enough that it's off-putting.
Oh, I just
when you
noticed that.
quickly like, oh, you're fine.
I thought that I thought he had only just shaved part of the eyebrow, but that's
No,
No,
they're
it's not
gone.
all.
It's the cuts left over from his shitty shaving.
yeah, right,
That
right.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't shitty
simulate
shaving. It's because you're
eyebrows.
shaving with an old school straight razor.
Yeah,
Right.
Those things.
and he's not well.
Zuki, you haven't had a chance to say too much before we start. Is there anything you want to add?
One thing I sort of realized when watching this, I think the reason he's called Pink is because Notorious, like when the band was always talking with producers, they always thought that one of the members was called Pink. But that was very hilarious.
Oh,
Well,
you mean like in Have a
dehumanization.
Cigar?
Yeah.
There's a great part in the song Have a Cigar
Yeah,
where
yeah,
like
yeah.
the guy's like
By the
saying,
way,
"Oh,
which one's
you're
pink?
such shit." Yeah. No, it's more funny when you like hear the first part where he's just like, "I have such a deep respect for you guys." Oh, which one's pink, by the way?
Yeah.
That's great.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay, lads. Do we wish so? Let's try to jaunt this to the end. We can unmute ourselves while the credits roll and start talking. Then.
Yeah, sounds good.
In the
Yeah.
in the meantime, so let's go through the motions. I'm going to mute the desktop audio. Now that is muted. I'm going to mute the stream audio now. I am turning on my audio. Step number 1. Step number 2, I'm turning on your guys' audio. Okay, there we go.
All right.
Okay.
I see.
Jesus Christ, that's I mean, I've seen enough clips of this and seen enough isolated scenes before, but seeing it in full is very jarring.
Yeah, the trial segment works better when you've seen the whole film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell is airport streaming?
What is airport streaming? Airport.
British.
Oh, yeah.
British.
British.
British. I can't believe you've done that. It is.
Something I want to bring up a lot of.
God, I was just about to praise the wall, but then I forgot it's made by British people.
Yeah.
Guys, we gotta cancel this.
Yeah, the
Cancel
wall. The wall is canceled. Okay, so
We good?
I mean, I guess we're good to discuss if people have any final thoughts or want to discuss those the scenes, because a lot happened in this last third.
It was kind of hard. It was kind of
Airport.
hard to watch.
Yeah,
Considering how
Airport. If you want to chat on Twitch now, you're more than welcome. If you want your contributions to the conversation to be visible once I decide to finally edit the video.
So I had a thought when I was watching the fascist scenes and thinking, because it's really, the thing is a lot of, I think we're all American here, aren't we? Or most of us? Is anyone here not?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, my parents are from the UK, but I was born
Okay.
here.
So your parents might actually be able to remember this, but before Thatcher, British politics was dominated by what was called the consensus. Basically, while both parties had their disagreements on specifics, generally, how the country was to be run was agreed on. The welfare state was agreed on. The situation
mass
of
nationalization of public services was agreed on.
Was agreed on. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The foreign policy was generally agreed on. That's why you don't see Britain's foreign policy, really Britain changing all that much until Thatcher's rise in the late 70s, because both parties agreed they were generally working together.
Honky Thatcher's dead. Honky Thatcher's dead.
Indeed.
He's a honk.
He's a
for
Indeed. Indeed.
He's a honk.
But so that might have been why the fascism was present there. Is what he might also be remembering is the rise of this very conservative. The Thatcherism is very, very conservative, even by American standards. I mean, we know that, but it's worth defining. So it might have been a kid who grew up in the consensus is like, what the hell is this?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that might be coloring his thoughts on fascism. Is like, what the fuck is going on here? And he's struggling with it.
A couple interesting notes about the fascist imagery. It really was from all over. Obviously, there's like calls to stuff in German and old German military style marches and the goose stepping and the heiling. But there's also
I would just like to say the reason that it's so potent is because they used actual skinheads as like the people to do those things.
Oh yeah.
So like those
Really?
people are actually fascists.
Well. So some of them were. So in the 80s,
they're not acting.
there were two there were skinheads, but there was like two sort of waves of it. There was general skinheads and sort of like the like listen to reggae and punk and were kind of just disaffected working class kids, and then you had skinheads who were fascists, and that sort of was unfortunately that's the image of skinhead that's there today. I don't know whether or not they recruited from actual fascist skinhead groups for the movie, or whether they just found the more general sort of skinheads who weren't explicitly fascist.
Pretty sure it's like explicitly.
Yeah, but
like...
but as far as like the imagery goes, so again you have the German stuff, but you also have like you had some people wearing Klan hoods, which is very American. And then you had the style of the uniforms and the general fashion that they were wearing was very reminiscent of Britain's original fascist movement under Oswald.
Yeah,
That's very so. It's old stuff. It's new stuff. It's from all over. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's it was an interesting one. Something that generally, I guess this will be my last comment on that specific thing, and we can like just kind of let the conversation go wherever. But I was a little like I was taken aback when so like the second song in the fascist arc that comes on partway through the rally is really don't worry about it, airport. It's really what's it called? It's like it's so positive and uplifting, like, and with the juxtaposition it feels like for a while it felt like it was trying to uplift or like portray it positively, and then you see everyone slip into the masks, and then it's like, oh wait a minute, which is it's an interesting juxtaposition, but like it starts feeling like it's being pseudo positive about it, but then they flip it on you like that, and it's like, oh right, no, this is bad. This is the problems of society coming home to roost in the form of a movement like this.
Yeah, I mean, that part when he was saying like, "Are there any queers in the audience?" or like, "That one looks Jewish." That's literally straight up like in, like Hitler's like rallies, and like they would literally like beat up people that like they even resembled like anyone who resembled Jewish or act on, on, like not normal to them.
Mm-hmm.
It's
So it's very uncomfortably true.
It's reminiscent of a lot of American Nazi rallies too. Like specifically,
I've seen it happen a couple of Trump rallies once or twice.
But before World War II, there's a famous American Nazi rally at Madison Square Garden, or at where it was at the time, because obviously the location of Madison Square Garden has since shifted. But and it was filmed, very dramatically by someone who, was just like recording it generally. And there's a part in it where there's like a Jewish worker who works at Madison Square Garden, like a maintenance dude who tries to get on the stage and tries to like try to interrupt, and they kind of like that's sort of the reaction. I wonder if it's specifically calling back to that. There's definitely moments in it where it looks like it could be a Leni Riefenstahl film. Riefenstahl being the woman who made Triumph of the Will and a bunch of the Nazis' most famous propaganda videos. Like, it uses a lot of the same filming techniques. That much I'm sure is intentional. But it was an interesting scene, and I do think it's worth mentioning. What's his face? Dan Olson talks about this in his video. But the imagery is not only so potent, but at times vague in whether or not the fascism is good or bad. That a group called like the Hammers took that logo and became a real thing after watching that movie. Like, it's not around anymore. They've since split up into other groups. Yeah. But like that people it shows how effective fascist messaging is.
Yeah.
But it's
even
it's also it's dangerous.
Here's the thing. Even when you're depicting like fascist imagery, even if it's obliviously like, even if it's obviously like negative and it's painted in bad light, because fascists don't have any other forms of media to pick from, they're so desperate, they're just gonna take from that and ignore the image, ignore the symbolism.
And fascism is all about aesthetics. At the end of the day, you strip it down. What is it? It's aesthetics. It's about what looks good and feels good. And so, therefore, having this imagery and it being positive and uplifting and having joyous music playing while they're doing the things they want to do, and like having only a very brief dissonant moment where you see that all the fascists just have the masks on, so you see that they're really just, they're cucked under neoliberalism, and that's part of why they're reacting in the way they are. They've, it's the whole thing, when liberalism fails, it's socialism or barbarism. They've gone down the route of barbarism. And so you have that little moment of dissonance, but like the rest of it is just this like uplifting, triumphant smack against everything that they hate about their society. And it's also now that I'm thinking about it, that is also juxtapositioned. The scene of them breaking that restaurant and beating the people up there harkens back to the earlier scene where they're burning the school, and it's like there's the throughput, you know. God, what else? Hector.
we could talk about.
Oh, sorry, I just want to mention this quickly. Hector, I'm very happy that you brought up the Syd Barrett reference, because immediately afterward, the thing where it's the insane asylum, that has to be more continuing Syd Barrett reference.
Yeah.
And like,
especially like the lyrics of "Wild Staring Eyes."
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff like
no,
that.
that whole thing, yeah, it's
that has been confirmed to be.
Oh yeah. So I'm happy you brought that up, because now that whole scene is like, it feels like it's not just like a random, oh, here's another shot of a prison-like institution. No, it's like it's really tied into the story.
And they were super raw. He'd still be super raw about it when he wrote The Wall, because when they were recording "Wish You Were Here," Syd Barrett actually came back and visited them, and he was in like a really sorry state, and that definitely must have had like a big impact on the band, because like at that point they were superstars, you know, and
part of that,
but they'd done it by leaving him.
Yeah, in that song, like there's a part where like there's a really haunting like sort of tone, and that was supposed to be like his lingering, well, not actual ghost, but his like lingering presence, like in the studio when they're recording the music.
Yeah. It was an interesting time throughout. Anyone else have any specific things they want to bring up? Because there was a lot that happened there, so I assume we may have a few more things to talk about.
Honestly, I'm in the mood to start shitting on Doug Walker, if you ask me. Because we're getting to the point now where we can talk about the part where really Doug Walker just goes,
so I hope that this really like helps you, just shows like how little of a shit Doug actually gave.
Yeah,
to, like,
I'm not sure to watch the movie.
Yeah, I also I found the so the sort of final reference to World War II in the movie is that whole bring the boys home scene. And that's
also like,
and that's
the final scene.
Yeah,
like with the kids.
Yeah, it's so it's the bring the boys home thing was an interesting one, I guess.
It's a
like I'm wondering what it's supposed to go for. I kind of got the sense that it was sort of like, well, you see how it's all tying in. We shouldn't be going to war. This is what happens. Just bring them home. And it's weird that a scene that is supposed to be patriotic, then everyone turns around and is like, no, bring them home. But I mean, I could be misinterpreting.
All right, I'm not certain about this, but I'm pretty sure "Bring the Boys Back Home" they didn't write, and it's actually
like a British song.
A famous like British war song. I think it's written by Vera Lynn. So I think Vera Lynn was writing all these like positive positive songs about going off to war and stuff, and one of them was "Bring the Boys Back Home." So I think it's supposed to be like, it is supposed to be, I don't want to just say like war bad, but it's like, I think it's supposed to be a juxtaposition against, like
that scene of patriotism, because it is it's the whole, it's depicting like soldiers arriving back at their local train station after the war, and of course he can't, his dad's not there obviously, so it's a little bit hollow, but then these people who are, ghosts of it. The one thing I did like about that scene was that it's very clear there that he's kind of wandering through his memory, so it felt like a good, it was a good, in some ways it was a sort of palate cleanser to what was going on, okay, let's take stock, let's go back, let's kind of see where we're at. I thought it's good both from a narrative perspective, but also just for the sake of a viewer watching the movie. In a movie that is often very unforgiving with how much it throws at you.
Yeah. I will say that the first time I saw this movie fully was when I was 13, but I think when I was even younger, when I was younger, I only saw from Nobody Home all the way up to like the end of Comfortably Numb, and that the scene where like he goes and sees like his old self, and then he just turns and that like stinger plays, that shit gave me nightmares more than anything else.
That fucked me up. I was waiting for this actually had a couple jump scares. There were a couple jump scares in this.
No, well, not just jump scares, just lingering, like, creepy, atmospheric imagery. This movie's actually really scary. This is a horror movie.
When I watched it when I was 13, I handled it a lot better. Maybe just because I didn't understand what some of it was showing, especially like the stuff with his wife and stuff.
If you don't know
like,
if you don't know the scary stuff going on, it's not scary. Simple as.
It's also just if you're younger.
Cool plant monster.
Cool plant monster. It's not a symbol for
if you went to the other plant monster.
So an interesting. This is me posing a question about it because for me, this is an area where I'm actually a little bit lost. Is kind of like trying to piece together, kind of what's being done with the trial, and breaking down the wall and people's thoughts on where the movie leaves off.
Honestly, I think it's breaking down the wall is the movie. That's what the movie is. That's why it cuts off where it is, because his next step is, okay, he's thought about all this. What's the next step? The next step is the wall, is the work, is the music and the movie. So that's why it cuts off around that point is, okay, the next step is you just watched it. This is the next step.
It does make sense because this is like a famous Easter egg of the original album. But basically, the album is loopable. Like, it cuts off at the end with somebody going, "Isn't this where?" And then if you listen carefully, when you start on side A, you'll hear "We came in." So the complete thing is, "Isn't this where we came in?" So the album loops.
Oh my god! Jesus.
Perfect. So people's thought. So kind of circling back to the first point I was asking here. People's thoughts about the trial and sort of what's going on there. I didn't like. I sort of. I didn't know whether it was like, sort of like a society judging Pink or because narratively it seems like he's being judged for the things he did in fascist world. Like is he judging himself based on what he thought about during the fascist thing, or is he imagining what people would say if he did that, or is it actually him being judged for the weird shit he did in real life? Like
in the beginning of the scene where we had that judge who came off very much more sexual with his like exposed legs and buttocks. I think what it's supposed to
literally an ass.
There's that, and I think it's supposed to be that the society judges individuals for actions they commit themselves. Like he was judging Pink for being improper when really he was just being as open, I guess. If that makes any sense.
I kind of see that. Any other thoughts on the trial? What it's getting at? How you felt? I ask again just because it's an area where I'm not sure what I think, and I'm a little bit lost, and I'm curious to hear what other people might say about it.
Also, it may not even be about Pink because
That's
the
true.
little silhouette thing doesn't really look like him, so it could just be, I guess, embodiment of, I don't know, society or like
any given individual, sort of.
I don't know if that's necessarily true because like the people who are judging Pink or like whoever that is are definitely like people from Pink's life. So like you had his schoolmaster, you had his wife and his mother all there.
I did recognize. I'm pretty sure that much I recognized. It's supposed to be Pink.
So I remember reading about back. So we talked, I think, at the very beginning about how what brought on the wall was he spat on a fan during a concert.
Yes.
Did you mention, Hector? Did you mention how the fans reacted? Because from what I read, the fans went nuts and wanted him to keep doing shit like that. And at that moment,
that feeds into the fascism thing, actually, because they're like, "Oh, you people want me to do this. I could do this. You want me to be this guy."
That's because I think the trial and the fascism in the trial is that moment through a lot of symbolism where he's basically has that instant where he treats a fan like shit.
Yeah,
and the fan eats it up. The crowd, and that's not just the crowd. The fan themselves is like, yes, because crazed fans. And all of a sudden, he's walking away from that. He's like, what the fuck is going on? And I think the trial is basically him trying to illustrate that thought process before he made the wall. He is the judge, and he's the jury, and he's the executioner, and he's the defendant. He's judging himself.
Yeah. That
from
also
what he
plays
just
into
did.
it, because if you look in the background, there's like all those huge like pillars and there's crowds of people, and there's also those big like, like Dr. Seuss speakers around. The trial is kind of like, it looks like a rock concert if you look at it.
Yeah, he's coping with what just happened. He had a moment. He had a moment of revelation, and in the process of that revelation, he's starting to realize, oh, I've been fucked up in the head a long time. And I think that's what the fascism thing and the trial is meant to represent. Is it's him coming to terms with himself, or trying to. I doubt he succeeded, because I don't think his issues are something you're going to resolve. That's an ongoing battle. But it's him trying, and that's the wall. That's why the breaking down the wall happens, and how the movie ends the way it is.
Yeah.
At that point, the movie's the next step.
Yeah, and you can see that him exaggerating that bit, like back in the Nazi rally scene. He ends it with, "I'd have all of you shot," and then what do? They immediately just start cheering.
Yeah, because he spat on a fan, treated him like shit, and they cheered him for it. And he's like, "Guys, I'm being an asshole. What are you doing?"
Yeah,
and horrifying.
That actually, so that makes it, that ties into the whole, like, the thing I've been saying about how, there's two stories going on: the story of Pink / Roger Waters / Sid Barrett, and then like the and then a wider look at British society. That completes the fascist scene for me, because for me the fascist scene was always more a little bit, or at least the way I thought about it before was, I thought that was more like, oh, this is basically mostly a societal critique, but no, it's also it's also part of. There's also a part of it that also ties into the individual story, and that actually makes it a lot more powerful thinking about it now.
It's probably a realization he had, because let me check when that, because it's let me check when the spitting story happened. I think it was the late 70s, but I'm
it
not
would be
certain.
During the In the Flesh tour, which is why
In the Flesh, 1977.
That's why the two songs are called In the Flesh.
Yeah, it's during the In the Flesh tour. Yes, and he
David Gilmour also just walked off the stage at one point and had to just be replaced by like a backup guitarist.
Yes, it was actually, so what happened was, here's the story. Just found it on Wikipedia, but there's sourcing for it and stuff, so we're good there.
There's literally a recording of him doing it.
Oh wow! So
I don't know where it is.
They're at the audience. They're at the tour. It's the first tour playing in stadiums. By this point, they're big enough to play in stadiums. And Roger Waters hates it because he feels like the audience isn't listening because it's far away, and he doesn't like it. He thinks it's a social event rather than more, as he puts it, quote, "It became a social event rather than a more controlled and ordinary relationship between musicians and an audience." So he's got that going on. People start firing off firecrackers at one point, so he stops playing and scolds them. And then on the final day at the Montreal Olympic Stadium, fans near the stage annoy him so much he spits on them.
Oh, so that's where. Oh, I've been to that stadium when I went to Montreal 2 years ago. Obviously, we went to the Olympic Park, so I've actually been there.
Yeah, Gilmour walks off the stage, sitting at the soundboard, leaving with their backup guitarist to improvise a slow, sad 12-bar blues, so a slad song, which Waters announced the audience as some music to go home to. And that night, he goes to the producer, and their psychiatrist friend about what he's feeling, and, as it puts it, articulated his desire to isolate himself by constructing a wall across the stage between the performers and the audience. And that's where it came from. That's the wall's origin.
So his original idea for the wall tour, and somewhat what happens is they literally just build a wall, and then they do the entire set, like the entire gig behind the wall for the audience. But of course that's not very entertaining. So what they did, which I think is actually more clever, is that from like the beginning up until Goodbye Cruel World, they literally just built the wall on the stage out of like, well, I think later tours did like styrofoam bricks basically, and then after Goodbye Cruel World, they'd like seal it, and then they'd go to intermission, and then they'd come back on and do the rest of the set. But I think, yeah, I think that's how he like visualized it.
It's so that's where the fascism thing comes in. I think is just like everything all, as he's observing, because clearly Waters is clever. He's not a stupid man.
Mm-hmm.
He's clearly brilliant.
It's the whole thing of how like he's
up his own ass.
Well, yeah, no, he's full of himself, but he has the talent to like process it, and he has the self-awareness to at least recognize that he's a little bit fucked up.
Yeah, and he may have just made the connection.
During the wall, there was also like massive tension in the band, especially with like Richard Wright, who was the keyboardist. He ended up just being kicked out of the band.
What was the deal with Gilmour at the time? I know Gilmour wrote like a few songs.
He did.
But
they were all doing their like solo albums and stuff as well. Gilmour and Wright were both doing solo albums. But yeah, and then after that, I think Waters and Gilmour's relationship just continued to fray more, and then eventually just the band collapsed after that.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, what happened? It looks like what happened. So I'll look up Pink Floyd here. What happened here? They basically, Waters leads them until '85. But then actually Gilmour takes basically command of the band and holds down to that until '94. Because I think Waters leaves and then, goes from there. And
a lot of people say that No, I don't think so, because Wright died.
No.
And I think the last real album that they did was Division Bell, which was 1994. I think they continued to do like tours and stuff after that, but that was their last like, them actually making music, like new music.
Pink Floyd's never been a happy band.
No, never.
Clearly not.
Maybe
I
like
can't possibly imagine why.
Maybe like before Dark Side and after Barrett, they were like trying to find their groove, and then they got to metal and they made Echoes, which is it's so good. I love that song.
Yeah.
And then they went from there, they went to Dark Side, and then they had their 70s where they were just massive, and then it fell apart.
It kind of makes me appreciate Rush a lot more because they held together.
Oh yeah.
They held together until honestly they stopped touring. They stopped touring in 2015, and that's 2018 that they were done. But they were still doing new stuff, and they were still the three were very close until last year.
Mm-hmm.
They're on the more of the
Neil
happy
Peart.
end of the prog rock scene.
A little bit. I don't know about happy. I think they are in their own way just as interesting as Pink Floyd. It's just that. So the big thing with Rush was good, but they didn't get interesting until Neil Peart showed up. Neil Peart comes in, and I think it was right after Neil Peart comes in is when they released 2112, and which is, if you haven't listened to 2112, go fix that.
Do it.
Go fix that.
Yeah.
Neil Peart was their big lyricist, and he had some darker places. But I don't think it ever influenced the band as much. Partly it's because it's three guys.
Yeah.
It's three dudes.
I mean, they have some darker ones because Geddy Lee's parents were both Jewish, and I think they both lived through the Holocaust.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that.
And Neil Peart struggled with his own issues.
I think they wrote like Red Sector A. I think is supposed to be about that.
Ooh, I might have to listen. I haven't listened to all of Rush because there's a ton of it.
Yeah. I'm not too familiar with Rush. I was just making a comparison.
Yeah. And I think Neil Peart also. I'm checking here for Geddy Lee. Yeah, Geddy Lee's parents were Holocaust Polish Jews, and holy shit, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like we're talking like Auschwitz, Dachau, Bergen-Belsen, and
Yeah.
fuck. They actually
Jeez.
met
Yeah.
there. That's where they met. They met
Oh.
in Auschwitz, and then met after the war and married, and it was holy shit.
Oy vey.
And then his
Oh,
dad
boy.
died. And Neil Peart lost his first wife really tragically in the late 90s. He actually, at the funeral, told his bandmates, consider me retired, and he drove 55,000 miles on his motorcycle across the U.S. and Canada. I gotta read that book. Just trying to come to terms, because he lost his daughter and wife within a year, and he just couldn't do it. And it worked. He came back and he was like, "All right, hey guys, I'm back. Let's do it." Now, of course, he's gone. Well, you got me going on Rush, so we got off track.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, it's tangentially related.
Yeah.
It's progressive metal and progressive rock in its directions. They were colleagues, and it's worthy of the comparison because they're both kind of that high concept.
What do
There's
you
so
guys?
much. Yeah. Sorry.
No, go ahead. No.
I was just saying there's so much even if you don't, even if you're just like, rock brain, head empty, like the music is still thumping in this. Like it fucks hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like literally I couldn't help it. I went over and just grabbed my bass and just started playing along because I couldn't help myself. It's so fun.
There's a couple moments where
So fun.
head bobbing, toe tapping. It is just good music on its own.
Yeah.
What do you guys think is your favorite song in The Wall?
I've got because the first song I listened to from The Wall was Comfortably Numb.
Comfortably Numb is wicked good.
It is.
That might be mine, but honestly, after seeing this and kind of listening to it in full, I'm leaning towards, what is it, Goodbye Blue or
Goodbye Blue Sky. I was
Goodbye
the
Blue
same thing.
Sky.
Yeah.
The Oscar bait, yeah.
Yeah, the Oscar bait, yeah. But guess what? Guess what? It won the Oscar of my heart.
Yeah.
Oh, true. It actually, oh god, one of them. I think this movie won BAFTAs. I'm not sure. BAFTAs is basically the British Oscars.
I can imagine why people would. I can imagine.
Let me take a look at what awards it won.
forget.
Let me see.
I think it won 2.
Yes, Best Original Song for Another Brick in the Wall and Best Sound. Shocker.
Yeah, it's
which makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, you go. I was interrupting.
Yeah.
You finish.
Yeah, it makes sense that it was going on that way, but they would win Best Sound. It's from a rock band. They're gonna know how to do sound well. That's their shtick.
Exactly.
Prog rock too, especially.
Yeah.
I'm curious to listen to the album now, just to meditate on the sound more, because obviously, I'm in the film. Some songs are out of order. There's that song, the Tiger Hunt song that wasn't even on the album.
Yeah.
There's
Hey You and Show Must Go On are just not on.
There's ways that songs get expanded or contracted or split up.
Yep.
So I'd be curious
So
I'd be curious to listen to it not curious to, but I guess I will need to listen to it in regular album form again.
I'd say, I think just, I don't really know, but I'm kind of going to one of my turns, which is the one where he's with the groupie and then he just loses his shit.
Yeah.
Right? I really like how it goes from just that real somber stuff to just complete explosion, and I relate to that so much, like mentally. That's what I'd want to do. That's what I'd want to do sometimes, just like when life's just like fucking you and beating you down and you just want to just break shit,
Yeah. This song I'm exhausted. This song is warming now.
Also, because we've had our breaks and we had our technical issues, this is probably going to be about, like, in total length, like, about at least twice as long as the movie itself, but
Right. What do you guys like the hammer imagery, by the way? because I think that's a great metaphor for like
I think it is
some of the stuff.
and I appreciate that. I realized this before because I knew that the hammer was like the symbol of the fascist group, but I realized watching through the rest of it that the hammer crops up in a lot of places. It's keeping the kids down in school. It's forming the barbed wire around his mind and, parts of during the war. And so it's like, and that kind of ties into the whole as well, like, once the fascist crowd puts on the masks, it's like, oh, wait, no, it really hammers home the idea that building up to this is the result of the way everything has been before. And so, they use the hammer as their imagery for their power and their kind of coming up out from under what they see as the boot of the way society is and what society has made them. But and so of course they use that as the symbol. But they subsequently then go out and do it to other people, and then Pink feels it's bad.
I think it's more because I remember when I was watching like Sardonicast talk about it, one of them pointed out that a hammer is a good imagery for like what they're representing, because it's a blunt and simplistic instrument that really has like one purpose, which is to just nail and like flatten things down, flatten things into shape and stuff.
It's a tool, which is supposed to represent how like the fascist party are just a tool of the system.
Or at the very least that, the point of it all is to hammer. You're frustrated by the way you've been hammered before, but now you get to be the hammer. And in some ways that's the whole almost socialism or barbarism thing. And it's risky because even in a society where you're like, maybe, the rising up from society goes more socialist than fascist, but there is an extent to which it's still, the point is, it kind of rams home the point that the point is that now you have the hammer.
That's what's going on with the schoolmasters too, right?
Well, they had the shadow of the hammer in Brick in the Wall Part 2 that they explicitly centered in on for a few seconds.
It's also, schoolmaster gets abused by his wife, he abuses kids in return, and yada yada.
He's also probably experiencing trauma from the war and everything.
Yeah, because likely he either served or saw shit.
Yeah.
If we don't have any other specific thoughts, do we want to start dunking on
Fuck yes.
Yeah, we need some smiles here. Time to start dunking.
Oh god.
God, I can't believe. First of all, I can't fucking believe he got Corey Taylor of Slipknot in this fucking thing.
I know.
The only thing he does with him is just fucking like
play SpongeBob at the end.
Yeah, fucking SpongeBob. Okay, so I should clarify, because I had a friend who was a massive Slipknot fan. That is actually a thing that Corey Taylor does. He does play SpongeBob at like venues and stuff. So that's not like
also Slipknot is a great band.
They are
a great band, and also can I say they're pretty based. They're pretty fucking based. Yeah, Doug got a Slipknot member in specifically for his video just to not use until the end, other than like seeing him a couple times. And did he also get his son?
His son?
Yes. His son does more.
So the reason that Corey Taylor is in here is because his son, Griff, is a massive Nostalgia Critic fan. And he wanted to be...
No.
Yeah, so basically... I think the only reason Corey's here is to just because he wants to be a good dad and shit.
That's fair.
Wants to, like, make his
but also he realized that he can lend his name to it.
The only wholesome shit in this entire thing.
Also I should apparently Robert Scallon, who was like the music producer who made it, like I remember in the Fantana review. He specifically says, "I hope you made it rain on Scallon," and like comments saying that
you
the
guys
only
know
slight
who Rob Scallon is.
I don't know off the top of my head, but Fantano mentions that like the only partially redeeming thing is that in spite of the like craziness of the project, Rob Scallon does a decent job of recreating the music.
Yeah, that's because okay, if you don't know who Rob Scallon is, he's kind of like he's around the same area as Doug. He's a musician from Chicago, and he's just a super talented guitarist, like insanely talented. He makes some great songs and stuff, and I think he's worked with Nostalgia Critic before. He's been there for like a long time. I think the reason that he's still around is because I'm not sure. So Tamara Chambers is basically like the main like girl character in like Doug skits. I think Rob and Tamara are dating or used to date. So I think that might be like why he's stuck around, you know, with Doug.
I don't know.
Because Tamara works with Doug. So that sucks. I wish that Scallon wasn't.
I gotta say, so a couple things I need to do afterwards. First, I need to listen to the regular album all the way through once or twice. And then I'm gonna sit down and maybe in like a week or two we could come back and watch the Nostalgia Critics version.
Oh God, not without.
We have to riff on it. We have to riff on it.
Oh no, of course. That will be like a continuous like it'll be like stopping will occur more like every like 5 minutes probably.
Every fucking 10 seconds.
Yeah, no.
Every frame of that fucking video is a disaster.
Yeah.
Honestly, like
It is
just
sorry, go ahead.
so just from what I've known of the review and having watched the movie, did he fucking watch it? Like, did he actually watch it?
Oh, he did.
Because
he definitely has. If you
like the shots are there's clearly one-to-one shots.
And
I just think he doesn't know any of the. I think he's like Airport, where he just doesn't have any of the context and he has no clue what the fuck is going on.
The difference is
like,
that Airport is that when Airport hears people say, "Oh, this is an interesting movie that has some stuff to say," Airport says, "Oh, I don't know much about that, but like I'll give it a listen and I'll try to take that context into consideration." Nostalgia Critic is just like, yeah, it's just not. It's the opposite. It's oh no, fuck it. This is silly.
He doesn't watch the movie to find the message in it. He finds it to find riffs to make jokes out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think another thing is that might have.
It's not that he doesn't actually disrespect it. He was just looking for
Corey Taylor. Griff Taylor wanted to be in a Nostalgia Critic video, and Corey's like, "All right, so can my son be in there?" And then Doug's like, how do I make this work? Oh, hey, here's a movie about like a rock star or something, and it stars another rock star. I
don't think that that's true because, and I'm going off of Dan Olsen's thing here because I agree with this point. There is clearly way too much effort put into this for it to not be at least partially be about Doug Walker's relationship with the wall. To some extent, what that relationship actually is up in the air. I've seen some people even say it's an aspect of, or it kind of ties back into something that Olsen said about how, given how personal and intimate the wall is, any critique you're going to make is going to, be somewhat revealing about you. You're going to leave yourself out there because of the way it is, and that's not a bad thing, but it shows a lot about Doug Walker. That he chose to do what he did, and for me, something I think that we're never going to truly know is exactly what his relationship with the wall is, because too much of it is too much effort put into it, and it's just
So as someone,
something's going on there. Sorry,
that's Bert was what I thought of fucking his review. Okay, yeah.
Zook.
So as someone who had watched Doug's later stuff and quit around like when I was college, I noticed a common theme is that Doug is so obsessed with why other people like movies that he doesn't like. It's such a strange fixation. Like, if you don't like him...
Oh, with the fucking Hocus Pocus review.
Yeah, I'm thinking more of the Mad Max. Like,
oh, really? Oh, true.
In the Mad Max, like, Fury Road, like, he lists all the reasons why people liked it. The cinematography
Fury Road is so great.
It has a good feminist music. Message, but he doesn't care about any of that stuff. So his reason he liked the movie because it reminded him of a fucking Roadrunner cartoon.
What?
He's so
what?
That's what you got out of it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Of course. This is the guy who sees this. So this is.
I haven't even seen. Seen Fury Road. No,
Fury Road is Fury Road is like last 10 years.
It's one of my
well, I probably was just too. I just thought it looked cool. That was about it.
I
That was
thought
my
it looked.
relationship with it.
I thought it was so. It was basically like it took. For me, it's the best Mad Max movie because it does so
haven't
much.
watched
It does
any
so
others.
much better on the cinematography and says a lot
Yeah.
more about the world around it in the lore of it makes you. It's a critique both of the world in the movie and the world outside of the movie in a really fascinating way. And for me, it's my I've relatively recent. So I haven't seen the third one, but I saw the first two.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the third.
Yeah, but
Thus far, Fury Road is definitely my favorite out of all of them.
What I heard, one of my favorite stories from Fury Road, because I fell into a hole. I haven't watched it yet, but I gotta do that. Is at one point Charlize Theron approaches George Miller and says, "Oh, hey, you know you're making a feminist movie, right?" And he's like, "I am? Huh. All right." And he kind of keeps going. He's like, "Okay, all right."
I still
work
can't
for it.
believe that fucking movie is directed by the same guy who made the atrocity that was fucking Happy Feet.
I know.
That's
same
fucking
director.
hilarious.
The same director who directed the Babe movies.
Did he?
Yeah.
The first Babe movie was great. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The first one was great.
I think I want some
The first one
Oscars.
fucking slaps. I haven't seen any of the others, but I will defend the first one.
So I guess back to Dog Walker. Yeah, he's just so obsessed with like how other people perceive films. I think he's so insecure that if he doesn't like a film that people like, that's something wrong with him. But
So-
really, no one cares.
It goes into the whole thing. This is partially another Olsen reference, and partially something that I just realized after hearing you make that connection with Doug and something he continuously does. Is that why did he choose to portray the fascist scene in the way he does?
Yeah,
Because
that's really,
the whole thing about
that's
your face
quite
here, no,
revealing.
it's him. He's like he's trying to ignore it's about him, but he's also trying to ignore that fact. And so it's him lashing out. If it wasn't unironic, it would actually be a beautiful commentary on an introspection of himself. It could have been that. It could have been because the point is, ironically, he's doing the same thing that Roger Waters is doing with the scene, except the point of Roger Waters doing it is to say, look how bad I've been, look at how bad the society is around me.
Can you imagine if Doug had enough fucking introspection to actually like? Can you imagine if this was like?
It could have been perfect.
Instead of tear down, it could be like tear down the critic, and it would just been such a fucking like redemption arc.
It could have
like,
been.
Doug and
It could
Tear down Channel Awesome.
Especially because so many
exactly.
fucking things, especially because of all the shit that's happened since then. Like there's,
Yeah.
or rather, like in the like between him blowing
We
up
changed the channel
and this
and
coming
shit.
out, yeah, it's just there's
Fucking
just
changed the channel.
I think honestly, what happened with Doug is he started out reviewing stuff that was shit when he was younger, frankly, and then he ran out.
He's a
and now he's
one
trying
trick pony.
to stay relevant.
One trick pony.
Yeah, he's trying to stay relevant, and now he's running into shit this shit doesn't work for. And partly this is to do with just YouTube criticism falling down the hole of, pun not intended, of
It's
plot
also-
holes and logic stuff, like the kind of movie criticism that says, "Oh, Titanic's not good. They could have put stepped on the fucking piece of wood." It's not the fucking point, you moron.
Yeah, exactly. It's the CinemaSins thing, and it's
Yes.
reduced, and it's back to BreadTube stuff from it. Lindsay, I finally recently watched the Lindsay Ellis video on Beauty and the Beauty and the Beast remake, and the point that she makes is that movies like that and the Disney remakes in general are kind of like a reaction to that sort of critique, because that's the standard of popular critique now, and so they have to try to respond to it but then it ends up failing anyway, because you're trying too hard to respond as opposed to making like your own thing.
Exactly.
See, the thing is though, is that kind of critique, it's not useless, but you have, like, here's a couple examples of how to engage with the internet. Let's take the recent Marvel stuff.
No.
Okay, so I'm not gonna go into any detail about the TV shows, but for the most part, most of the big twists weren't surprising at all, were they?
Yeah, I agree.
Everyone kind of saw them coming.
But they were good.
But they were good. Let's take Game of Thrones.
Oh no.
takes the other direction, tries to outwit Reddit, and goes poorly. That's what I was trying to do.
Why would you try to outwit something that has no wit? But that's the problem. That's the problem. They think they can do that, and so that kind of ties. Yeah, it just tying back into it. That is sort of that's the world Doug Walker is in. Doug Walker is that.
Yeah, I remember in the winter the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. There's this part where like they told about how like this is slight spoilers, but not too big. They talked about how the superhero syndrome was tested on like black soldiers. And they're saying, it's a bunch of people on the internet were asking, it's like, oh, is this going to be the lead into mutants? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
No, it's a reference to the Tuskegee experiments.
Yes,
it's very clearly that.
Get all conscious, picked up on that. Like, oh, well, yeah, that sounds about right.
Wow, it's a reference to a specific historic event. It's like it would be like if tying it back to the wall, if Doug Walker was like trying to make some like ass comment about the bird blitz scene being like, and then the answer being no. It's not like weird. It's not like weird imagery about like. Well, I don't know. In some ways, he does this in the movie. Like it's all about his problems being more important than other people's problems. No, it's about everyone's problems. It's about a national trauma event. The fucking blitz. It is a specific thing. It's not about Roger Waters elevating himself above other people. It's actually a point in the film that I think. Probably the entire audience at the time could have related to, and it hasn't
gone away. Well, like there's one.
Well, yeah, and it's the same thing with the Tuskegee thing.
Pain lingers on.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing with the Tuskegee thing. People saying like, is it going to be New Mutants? No, it's not. It's literally just. It's just a reference to a historical thing.
Whitepeople.avi.
Just whitepeople.avi. I appreciate that it's .avi.
Yeah. Honestly, and I think it's been an issue, still like with Doug Walker, is that it's been an issue for a while. Like, I remember back, one of the biggest controversies of The Last Jedi came out, which I know some people may not like, and that movie, it's not perfect.
I generally liked it, but it had major issues.
Half and half. I like this part a lot.
Don't like that part.
What the fuck is going on here? Why is this?
That's but the thing is, the backlash against it was absolutely out of left field and no respect for it.
There is some dumb shit.
Yeah,
in Last
there
Jedi,
is dumb shit, but
and nobody deserved to be fucking harassed and sent death threats for acting in a movie which they had no creative control over. Like, what the fuck?
Maurice Tran.
Dude, Marie Tran, I feel so bad for her.
Is that the person
who played Rose Tico?
Oh,
I
feel so bad for her.
Her whole future, the rest of her career and life is going to be forever scarred by the abuse that she was.
She's going to be like baby Anakin from Phantom Menace.
Yeah,
that kid.
The thing is,
so fucked up that he got schizophrenia just from how much he was like bullied and all the shit that he went through.
Yeah, but the thing is, with that, a lot of that backlash, you have to realize. So, for some context, I've been in the Star Wars fandom, like deep in it, for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of that backlash came from is after The Force Awakens.
Mm-hmm.
They had what J.J. Abrams calls the mystery box. A lot of the mystery boxes.
God.
Who's raised family?
JJ.
Why?
Fucking Jar Jar Abrams, Jesus.
Right. Yeah, but.
I've never heard that. That's a good one. Jar Jar Abrams. I'm holding on to that. Continue.
Yeah. But then Rian Johnson correctly comes to the conclusion of none of that fucking means anything. Who's Snoke?
Exactly.
Who cares? Who's raised parents? Doesn't fucking matter. Irrelevant. Move on. Doesn't fucking. That's probably one of the things he had to struggle with was all that stuff's made important. He's like, dude, why the fuck do we care? Who's Snoke? He's a bad guy. His entire point is to get murdered, in Rian Johnson's head at least, and then Kylo Ren becomes the new antagonist. Or supposed to be. They brought Palpatine back, but move it. You know.
I didn't even watch Rise of Skywalker. I've just heard horror stories.
I did, and I initially liked it a little bit, but then as the days and weeks fell afterwards, I realized, wait a minute. Oh, fuck, Zara's here. Shit! Fuck! Sorry, unrelated. We just got attacked in the chat by one of the furries.
Oh fuck, who?
Zara.
back.
Oh, Zara.
Zara, hello, Zara.
Nächste Flammenwerfer.
No.
Oh, I'm not watching the chat. That's unfortunate.
I'm watching.
I forgot that we were streaming.
No, it's fine.
live.
I'm watching the chat. Well, we haven't technically we haven't we've basically been streaming almost none of this. I've only been having it on for these discussion panels, but
Right.
but
So,
over the weeks and months after Last Jedi, I realized a lot of cool concepts sure would have been nice if these had been actually developed in the trilogy, like the Palpatine connection. I think that's actually nifty. Would have been nice if you had started with that.
Honestly, here was my theory after, and I thought of this after Force Awakens, because I was hearing all the stuff of, oh, she's a Kenobi, she's a Skywalker, and I'm thinking, okay, but none of that explained, because my thought process with Grey was two things. One, she was abandoned on Jakku for some reason, and two, Han clearly knows why.
Mm-hmm.
That was my thought process, at least.
Yeah.
So why would that be? And I had a thought process. Okay, post-Empire, there are warlords, because they're going to take that from the EU, because that's what they've been doing, right? That's why Thrawn is a big deal. That's why Moff Gideon's a big deal. All that's from the EU.
God, I remember Thrawn.
So my thought process was, okay, let's say they take down like the Emperor's son or daughter, and all of a sudden, oops, little kid, 5-year-old Palpatine, gonna be a rallying point for those fascists. What do you do? And Han, being Mr. Rough, says, I'll take care of it. She won't be killed, she'll be safe, but I'll take care of it. And who Luke and Leia don't know, because they don't want to. Or Han even says, no, you're not going to know. You will live in ignorance. You don't need to know. Not your concern. I'll take care of it. And he ditches her on Jakku. And then that would lead into when Kylo Ren is a Skywalker on the bad side, Palpatine on the good side. Oh, look, the family stuff is bullshit now. Now it's all back to personal choice the way it was back when Star Wars was good in the original trilogy. The theme of the Chosen One is well and truly dead. It's all about what you choose to be. Kylo Ren chose to be bad. Rey chose to be good. And so, there you go.
I appreciate.
It's related. It's related.
I appreciate that. In any kind of discussion about art critique by internet nerds, it always comes back to fucking Star Wars.
It does, really.
Because
Always.
you used it for so much.
Yeah,
it's so
I know.
versatile because there's so much fucking bullshit.
Well, also there's
we
just
talk about so much.
but there is just simply so much there. It's a franchise that's been running since 1979, for fuck's sake, or 1978 even, I think.
77.
So, the first was 77? Geez, so the first Star Wars movie came out when this album was, like, being conceived.
Yes.
No, I said when it was being conceived. Because it started being conceived in 77. Fuck.
Yes.
Oh my god.
God damn it.
It's all interlinked. Roger Waters, you're a genius. He was actually forget it. He was actually talking about Star Wars the whole time.
Can we get unironically, can we get Roger Waters to direct the next Star Wars trilogy?
Yeah, that'd be funny.
Oh my god.
Tear down the
Fucking
Empire.
Shit show.
No, it'd be fucking hilarious.
Please.
I'd
Okay,
pay
here's a
so much
question.
money to make that happen.
Here's a question.
Here's a question.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to make a movie like The Wall, delving into a mindset of a Star Wars character, who are you gonna pick? I think the answer's obvious.
I mean,
Jar Jar.
I mean the main. I mean, in
Obi-Wan.
a sense, with the sequel. With the prequel trilogy, they sort of do that with Anakin.
Yeah.
Is the answer in terms of like what they tried to do, and I think you could have done that more effectively if you had Roger Waters and not, all due respect, George Lucas. But I would love to see
Or just George
Obi-Wan.
Lucas
I would
as-
love
as
to
it
see
was in the
Obi-Wan get the
prequel.
walled because he's been through a lot, but also he's been the weak
True.
student, but he's also had to take up the mantle multiple times, and like the wall sort of would be the thing that happens like in the immediate
Tatooine.
aftermath.
Well, you know, that's the
yeah.
thing. To be honest, I think if Roger Waters had complete control over this movie, it would have ended up like the prequels. I think because there was a lot
Yes,
of
but
huge like there's
It's
huge
true.
like fights between him and Alan Parker, who is the director,
yeah.
and Gerald Scarfe, who is doing the animation. Massive fights.
Oh no, I'm
And,
sure.
like, that's why all of them fucking hate the movie.
Yeah,
But-
no, but
Yeah.
But the thing is, I feel like though, like one of the tragic things for me is that the Star Wars prequels are conceptually so interesting, so good, and have so much. They have more to say. They have more to say than either the sequels or the OT. But they're executed so sloppily that it makes it more of that. It watching them is more of like if you try to think about it, it's frustrating. You just have to enjoy it for the pretty cinematography.
Yeah.
Talking about the wall, ranting about why Star Wars fans suck. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, there's only so long you can talk about the wall and shit on George.
That's great meme.
Okay.
You can only shit on the wall so long before you gotta start, shit on Doug Walker, not the wall.
Yeah. So
long before you move on to other parts of internet critique.
Okay. So
and then that leads you inevitably.
Okay. So from when I started the stream to this point, it's been about 4 hours.
Oh my god.
It's 10:09 p.m. where I currently am. Sparkly Zero says, "Bruh, I just think Star Wars is kind of neat." Yes, that's the correct response. That's the correct answer. It's kind of neat. That's how it should be.
Western with some wizards.
Yes.
Who gives a shit?
But so as we're coming here, does anyone have any final thoughts on the movie we just watched that they want to say?
I think it was good. A little full of itself, but it has some cool imagery.
I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm going to fucking kill you. Mods, ban him.
Ban him.
Airport, you're the only mod here. Ban Zook now.
Here's, I think what it really is just, I think there's movies that like try to do like they're about like introspection of characters, but I don't know if there's a lot of. I'd like to see more movies that are like The Wall, like.
I don't know if a movie like The Wall could really exist anymore.
Do you think?
I think it's very much of its time, in a good way and in a bad way.
I think that it could. It's just that I don't think there's as many people who are willing to just put because The Wall is basically Roger Waters' soul being bared.
That's why,
I don't think there's a lot of people
who makes it so uncomfortable. I think that's one of the main reasons it's so uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah, because
something that you'd see from people.
Think of it this way. Music videos didn't exist when this was released, and think about what we can do with like Childish Gambino's "This Is America," where just as a simple 4 minutes, it's filled with so much imagery about police brutality and gun
honestly,
violence
it sort of is a little 4 minute of the wall because in some ways it's personal in terms of his relationship to the society and who he is as someone who is I guess I'm now a major figure in that society, but comes from a disadvantaged group, and in the rap genre, both speaks truth to power, but also in some ways perpetuates the same problems that are going on.
Yeah. So what you're, I just want to make sure. So what you're saying is that maybe it's not that there's things like The Wall, but more just like that it's shifted and there are
exactly.
Yeah.
It's basically The Wall is basically a very overlong music video.
Yeah,
to some extent, yeah.
Well, I mean, it makes sense because it's literally a concept album. If you're gonna make a movie for a concept album, you kind of have to have the whole thing there. So I think it works there.
Yeah. And it's also worth noting that back then, albums that were just one piece, because you had singles, but a lot of the time the album was meant to be consumed almost all at once.
Yeah.
They would usually the songs would flow into there, and some albums today still do that.
Oh no, well, that's the mark of a good album. But well, the thing is, today what you have is you have a lot of EPs or LPs.
Yes.
But
that's something that always bugged me about like some EPs is that it just feels like I go from one song to the next, and it just feels very disconnected. Like they're not related at all. And that's something I kind of miss. It's not that the individual songs are good still, but I just wish that they flowed together as like one piece.
I feel like the last concept album I've ever listened to recently is David Bowie's Black Star.
I don't even know if I call that a Black Star, but stuff does flow there pretty well. The latest one I listened
to was I don't know if it counts, but Marillion is a band that me and my dad listened to. My dad was a massive fan of theirs, and they're like neo-prog. They in 2016 released an album called "Fuck Everyone and Run," and that one I feel like is sort of a concept album, like, and that was 2016, and it's quite funny because they like were producing it a while ago, and they kind of just predicted the entire 2016 climate pretty pretty scarily, like
Yo,
eerily,
you know who
like,
else
talking
did?
about,
You know who else did?
like not
Green Day.
letting people in and
Green
shit.
Day did it. Green Day did it in a way that
It-
was super shitty and kind of cringe, but still enjoyable.
Like everything Green Day does.
Yes. Yeah, it's
Green
but I
Day.
mean it's
Oh
still
my
good
God.
and entertaining. Like I'll admit it. I
Mhm.
like I like Green Day's
This
music.
is more.
But yeah, no,
Well, this is more
this is
thought
like
out.
yeah, I know I'm shitting around at the speed of sound.
Mhm.
I want to address a point that Zara's bringing up about albums, saying aren't albums supposed to be that way anyway, have that kind of connection. I think the point, Zara, is that in the opinion of some people on this panel, to be very pretentious, some people on this panel believe that a lot of music created today for albums don't necessarily flow together as often as well. I would say personally that they generally still do, but I do agree that there's a sense in which exactly how it's supposed to flow has changed, but I personally don't know if it's better or worse, so that's something I guess that'll be a point of disagreement I have with the other people here.
Mhm.
But
well,
that's sort of my understanding of what they're trying to get at, that
Maybe it's just
that
because
they
I have
feel
a
stuff
very-
doesn't flow as much.
Yeah.
as
Maybe
it
it's
used
just
to.
because I've just been kind of just burned out of popular culture, and maybe it's just because I haven't been looking around for shit
Hey,
as much.
Hey, tie
But
back in.
just-
Watch Anthony Fantana. Watch videos of some of his
I know.
high-reviewed stuff. Good way to find
Anyways.
good music.
Yeah, but that's just how I feel. Like, I'm sure that there are still people who are like producing great EPs and albums,
Yeah.
and they're like thematic albums and
Or they,
things like,
or even
like my
if they're not
favorite bands
thematic,
from,
they
like,
they
the 70s
flow.
and 80s still do this.
They just
Yeah,
what
where
stuff that
it's a
flows
bit weird.
together. The order of the songs creates, even if it's not a concept album, even if it's not telling a story, the rhythm of the songs together kind of flows in such a way that it feels like a good, solid experience.
I'd love to find more like modern concept albums. I always love the idea of concept albums. Because it is just kind of like, it's kind of like listening to like a modern symphony.
It's
or
it
something
is.
like that.
It's an
Yes,
opera.
yes.
There's a reason why so many of them
Yes.
call it a rock opera, because it sort of is.
Yeah.
It's an opera, in many
Yeah.
ways.
I mean, it was literally turned into a musical around the 2000s.
True.
Oh shit, it was. That's true.
What
There's
was?
a lot of different
What
things
was?
from the wall.
Okay.
Right. No. I think the wall was. Yeah, the wall was literally released as like an. The last thing that was done to it is that it was made an opera. Fuck.
Oh god, can we also just talk? I don't know. This is just completely off tangent. If you've never seen like them perform the wall live, it is lit as fuck.
Oh
It is
no,
so cool.
that's
Just
like
all
another
the
thing is
sets
that the
and
wall is
giant fucking inflatable like monsters that they just bring out,
for
like
me,
the teacher with the
yeah.
fucking headlights in his eyes,
wall-
and he just like scans the audience. It's awesome.
For me, the
It's
wall
terrifying.
really is, and this is me being pretentious again. It is as Richard Wagner would have described it, a Gesamtkunstwerk, literally a total work of art, implying that a piece that uses all possible mediums to sort of tell the story, and in its completeness uses every aspect of a medium of art to its advantage. And for me, the wall is that, because there's poetry to it, there's music, there's rhythm and melody, there's visuals. Film has its own specific visual that is separate, but you also have the stage visual from the stage show. So all in all, it's just another brick in the wall.
All in all,
Yeah.
it's just.
Oh yeah, no.
It's just another brick in Doug's
yes,
wall.
Zara, that's exactly what we're doing. It's we're talking about the movie of Michael Jackson's Get Off the Wall,
Oh my-
which had a lot to say about the Blitz and the British education system and the
Exactly.
history of rock and roll and fascism in the UK. Yeah. Hey, that's what I like to see.
Hey.
All right, Zara, we like having you around. We love you.
Yeah.
Any other final thoughts? Because at the very least, I'm going to end the stream. I'd like to end the stream shortly.
Yeah, my food's going cold because I've been too invested in this.
No, it's good. This kind of thing is nice.
I'll let other people say.
Sorry, you go.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I nothing. I want to hear from you guys.
I think my last thought is we do need to have a watch party and/or roasting of Doug Walker's The Wall.
Absolutely.
If we can stomach the music, because I suspect I'm going to
and
watch
the visuals.
Oh God! When I heard the fucking like MIDI organ, I fucking cringed so hard. I'm like,
so
just
thanks to Rob Scallon, I think we'll be able to tolerate the music somewhat. Also, if we can tolerate Sonny Chu, then I think we can. If we can tolerate hours upon hours of reading Sonny Chu with our own Christian eyes, we can tolerate a mere 40. Thank God it's not the full hour and a half. It's just 40 minutes. It's not even 40 minutes. Like 39 minutes, 35 seconds, something like that.
We have to watch the honey ad though, because that's the best part.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
And remember, guys, it's a love letter to Pink Floyd, and it's worth.
Yeah.
Yes, we're going to make a love letter to Doug Walker. Yeah.
We're gonna make a love letter for you, Doug, and also.
No, I think Dan Olson already made the best love letter to Doug Walker.
Oh yeah.
Oh
no, that's that. Yeah, no, of course. But
because I was gonna say, holy shit, the stuff he says about
I will
Doug
say,
Walker, it's
despite
oh my God.
that. So what? I don't. Maybe I should save this for Nights, but whatever. I'll just say it there as well. There's a beautiful irony to Doug Walker's The Wall, which is that back in the day, he made a review about the Lorax, right? The shitty Lorax movie. That I forget how good his shit was, but the Lorax is just a garbage movie. It's fucking awful and despicable.
How bad can I be? I'm just doing what comes naturally.
I will mute your ass. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Silence.
But in the movie, in the review, he goes with Black Willy Wonka. Just roll with me. He goes with Black Willy Wonka, and Black Willy Wonka has just go with it. Black Willy Wonka said that he's made all these shitty Dr. Seuss movies so that people can will go back and appreciate their original stuff, and it's so ironic because now he has made something so god awful.
I would not have watched this movie if not for Doug Walker, and for that, Doug, I drink to you. Cheers, friend.
See
you
the
got what you
beautiful.
wanted.
It's like poetry. They rhyme.
You have become the very thing you once swore to destroy.
Yes. So
you were supposed to review
okay, guys,
the movie.
I want to end the stream now so that it ends on 420.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Well, I'll edit this later. Thanks to everyone who came by. We'll continue discussion after I end this, but take care.